Polishing life with Dhamma. Luangpor Teean spent 5 months at a monastery in the state of New York, in 1994, and sent a letter tape to monks in Thailand which was published, and is translated here. Let me entrust my friends with Dhamma. With the word friends, I don't mean people of the same age group, who all like each other. What I mean is friends in birth, old age, sickness, and death. Regardless of whether we like each other or not, we are all friends in this regard. The atmosphere here at Juangyuran Monastery, Carmel, NY, is very good. It is a big forest monastery, shady, cool and peaceful, with all kinds of big and small creatures. I meet deer every day. Yesterday, I saw a mother with young twins. Lovely. They walked up to me, as I sat still. They passed me by, about 8 meters away. I didn't make a move. They came quite close and watched me. They seemed astounded and stamped their feet. It was good fun. The weather is nice and cool, it is comfortable. The forest is big, all just big trees. It is extremely suitable for meditation. I have never come across a place as suitable as this one. When I think about practicing, I do think about my friends. In Thailand, that means Kong Ka Mountain Monastery, and Akarliko Forest Garden, which are places that are used for practicing meditation. The foremost knowledge of human beings. The knowledge of meditation is an important knowledge, it is the foremost knowledge of human beings. If we human beings don't study about meditation, our life does not have value and there will be problems throughout our lives. Our lives as human beings are the results of the past. Much information has been accumulated, it's a complete mess. There is both right and wrong, foolishness and delusion in the body and the mind. This is because our body is the result of the past, the result of our life in the past. Using body and mind in the wrong way compares to a second-hand car. Our body and mind are just like a second-hand car that has been used for a long time, it has been damaged all over and is in a state of bad repair. Being aware is like repairing it, like cleaning away the past and returning it to its normal state. Awareness is like a garage for fixing up life, and bringing the body and mind back to normal. This is called meditation. Meditation is making things better, it doesn't mean reciting a mantra, meditation is fixing things up. Making the body and mind better, more normal. Whatever is not normal is cleaned up and discarded. What remains is normality, this is meditation. The method of meditation. The method of developing meditation, especially the method of developing awareness as taught by Luangpor Teean, is a way that is straight, it is a shortcut, it is extremely appropriate. I have never heard of anybody teaching like this. Previously, I studied all about meditation, I practiced with closed eyes and recited a mantra, until the mind became still and peaceful. I would sit in peace for 1 or 2 hours, I was attached to the peace and happiness. Sometimes, visions would appear, sometimes I would use magical verses or imagination to help the meditation. I played with these visions and imaginations but I was attached to the peace and happiness. I valued it highly and cherished it a lot, I dearly loved the peacefulness. Wherever I went, I would think about it. When I was in the fields, I would think about my meditation room, I wanted to sit in peace. Some days I really had an appetite to meditate, as soon as I got home I would have dinner and go into the meditation room, before I had sat down properly, I was already peaceful. It would happen in an instant. It was bliss. I practiced like this for over 10 years. I was stuck. I thought that I was doing the right thing, but when I met Luangpor Teean, I was told to sit with eyes open, to make movements, to be aware and to be diligent in knowing. A strange teaching. Sometimes, I couldn't accept it and I didn't like to make movements with the hands and arms, it wasn't as good as sitting there in peace. When I first trained myself with Luangpor Teean, there was conflict and I had lots of reasons for it too. But as soon as I determined to train, and practiced a lot, things became clear. This is building up the quality of knowing, it's not thinking, it's not sitting there being peaceful. The eyes are open, so one is aware. Be aware a lot. This is a straight method, it goes straight to awareness. Awareness is the development of the Dhamma, and this is the way to have lots of awareness. This has nothing to do with reciting words inwardly. Meditation is to build up much awareness. To develop means to do it a lot, to have a lot of awareness. This is how I understand it. Before there was peace, I used the method of recitation, but recitation, whatever word it may be that one uses, is not meditation. Real life is the present. Meditation means to be diligent in knowing, knowing directly, in a straight way. The things to be known are there, the body, for example, is an object to be known. Why is it that we must always focus on knowing? Because our minds instinctively rush out ahead and rush backwards, there is just future and past. For this reason we create movements in the various postures, all the time, in order to be now. Now is what real life is. Real life is now. So we practice with that. Go inwards with the quality of knowing. Directly and straightly. Know meticulously. Make it very clear, don't let there be vagueness. Make the posture that you're in clear, break it up in stages, moment by moment, so that it becomes clear. It is similar to training in writing, at first one writes the A and the B precisely and clearly, in detail. First, one should write the characteristics of the letters clearly. One shouldn't start off writing indistinctly. This is the same, creating movements, creating a form can be watched clearly, it is not blurred. When we watch the breath, sometimes, we fall asleep, it's easy to lose oneself in it. And closing the eyes makes matters even worse. It is not natural to close the eyes, and so one drops off to sleep even faster. In making movements with the arms and hands, we don't close our eyes. As with learning how to write, the movements are extremely meticulous. The knowing enters into the movements, in the most direct and straight way. On watching the body one sees the mind. On watching thought one sees Dhamma. At first, we talk about watching the body, but we'll see something else too, feelings. With eyes closed one won't see them, or one will see them indistinctly, not clearly, and one won't understand them. But when we look and watch, we will see clearly. We will see pain, tiredness, and the pleasant and unpleasant feelings of the body. These are feelings that exist. So we see feelings by watching the body. When one continues to watch, one will see the thinking mind. The mind does exist. By watching the body, one goes on to see the mind thinking. And when one sees thought, one sees mental phenomena, Dhamma, that arise from thinking. One sees thought that cooks things up, rather than just thinking, and that's the end of the matter. One sees that these are Dhamma that arise in the mind, this is how wholesome and unwholesome states arise, cleverness and foolishness. One sees this by oneself, one sees that these things really exist. Altogether there are 4 kinds of things. Instead of watching the body and only seeing that much, one comes to see feelings, the mind, and mental phenomena arising. One sees things that are there and exist in their own right. Seeing through thinking, seeing through knowing, and seeing through discovering. Before, I didn't know, I thought that all those things were I. We tend to think that all of it is self, that they are mine. And so, one gets involved, one gets stuck, one is deluded and one relates to things in the wrong way. All of it is I. But as soon as one really sees it, one sees that these things are nature, they are things that exist in nature. As soon as one sees that, one puts things down, right there. In this way, things just pass by. It is as if it is no longer one's business anymore, to get involved in it. One sees reality, things that really exist. Feelings really exist, they have their own ways. The mind that thinks is one thing, that which knows and sees is another thing. Whatever arises in the mind, that is a pair with the mind, whatever phenomena, wholesome or unwholesome, those things do exist, and one sees them, one discovers and sees, one suddenly meets them. Having discovered them, one passes them now. We can say what they are, that they are this and that, and we can pass on. We watch with awareness, we watch continuously, we watch the body continuously, we are aware of the body incessantly. When we watch, we see. Sometimes, we watch the body and we see thought. The movements are one thing, thoughts going out, are another thing, and awareness is still another thing. When one looks, that's the way it is. It is comparable to there being three separate things: 1. Awareness, 2. The movements, 3. Thoughts going out. When one watches a lot, one sees, one's vision becomes sharp. The state of watching develops and grows, it knows and it sees. It is quick, swift, it keeps up with things. This kind of eye knows in time, it knows in time what's happening. One keeps watching, and the awareness that is abreast of things suddenly makes a discovery. It is seeing through discovering, not seeing through thinking or seeing through knowing. Seeing through knowing and seeing through discovering is different. Seeing through thinking is far apart, seeing through knowing comes a bit closer, but seeing through discovering meets things in an immediate way. The posture of sitting and the movements we make, are solid objects, they are rupa, rupa dhamma, physical phenomena. What orders the body to get up, sit down, walk and move, are nama dhamma, mental phenomena. In other words, it is the mind that knows things. In actuality, these things are nothing other than just the body and the mind. Body-mind, rupa-nama. The words body and mind are limited, but the words rupa-nama are terms that indicate mastery. There is mastery just as with learning how to write. At first, one just knows how to write the A, the B, and so on, but when one continues to study, one becomes proficient, one can put the letters together and words are formed, it becomes language that can be used. This is the same, one sees rupa dhamma and nama dhamma. There is just this much. The body, from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, is a lump. As for nama, it can't be touched but it has power, it orders the body around to do this and that. It is the boss, the body is the servant. This is an old saying, in Thailand, that we all know, but we don't see it through discovering. When we do see it, having discovered it for ourselves, the truth is revealed, nama dhamma are the boss, they are in charge and tell rupa what to do. We see this now. The dhamma, in Thai pronounced in the same way as the word tum, which means to do, refers to nature that exists by itself. It is as it is. As for the word tum, rupa and nama, they act, they do good and evil, it is because of this body and mind. If the mind thinks in good ways, there will be good actions, if it thinks bad things, it will do those things, it will link up with rupa. If the mind thinks bad thoughts, the body becomes bad as well, and it turns into evil. If the mind thinks good things, it will order the body to do good things. The result is wholesome and meritorious. One sees now that the cause, the principle, the foundation, is to be found here. Good and bad actions are rooted here. One sees that it is like this. One becomes clever and skilled in this way. It is as if one is told something, as if something is revealed, it is as if something opens up, and one can look inside. The nature of people's lives is like this, it is right here. Life is just this much. Whoever it may be, men, women, whatever nationality, life is just body and mind, or rupa and nama. Doing good and doing evil comes from this point. Rupa Dhamma, changing conditions. This much is still not enough, one will still see more deeply. One sees that Rupa Dhamma are nature, the nature of Rupa is to be formed as a solid lump, according to nature. There are changing conditions in Rupa, such as heat, cold, pain, and tiredness. Before, we used to regard these things as feelings, but now, we see sharper than that. Now, we don't just see them as feelings, we see them as changing conditions. There are plenty of conditions of the body, hunger is one of them. They are conditions, changing conditions of Rupa. If there are no conditions of Rupa, then those things cannot remain. Nothing will be left of them. Both heat and cold, for example, are signs that indicate dangers for the body, so that the problem will be solved. It must protect itself, this happens by itself. When Rupa and Nama interact, sometimes there is something wrong, and nature tells of the dangers. When it is hot, one goes in the shade, when it is cold, one gets a blanket or makes a fire, when hunger arises, one finds something to eat. But sometimes there is hunger and it is not just hunger, something, which is a matter of Rupa, turns into suffering, a condition of Rupa becomes suffering, and it turns into a personal matter, I am hungry. Nama Dhamma, changing conditions. Nama is the same, it is the mind, which is a part of nature. The nature of Nama is the nature of the mind, it is like that. But there are certainly a lot of conditions of mind, thoughts etc. They are called cetasika, things that arise with the mind. The mind itself isn't anything, but it thinks this way and that, it knows this and that. Sometimes things arise because of thought. Defilement, craving, lust, anger, desire, delusion, happiness, suffering, like, and dislike, which are conditions of mind, arise through concoction. They are conditions of Nama that exist, these things are related, they are connected. Before, we thought that all those things were self, anger is me, happiness is me, suffering is me. But in reality they are changing conditions of Nama. As soon as we see this, we have a foundation, we have a base, and there is normality. Before, those things were problems, our bodies and minds were the results of problems, of misunderstanding. As soon as one understands, the state of normality arises. The beginning of wisdom. One sees the stream of Dhamma, of normality, there is realization, there is wisdom. To know like this, is a level of wisdom. It is like turning up something that was overturned, or opening something that was closed. One really sees Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma clearly. This wisdom spurs us on to watch and see all the time, this stream of wisdom informs us. It is comparable to going to the airport, when one goes to the plane, everywhere doors open automatically, and the footpaths are convenient. The stairs roll up or down, no need to do anything, it is comfortable. Going to the toilet, the water starts to flow as soon as one sticks out one's hands in the sink. It is convenient. This kind of wisdom is similar, it urges one on to watch and see, and it becomes easy and convenient in line with the amount of wisdom one has. Just watching the body makes one see. The eyes are sharp, they have been developed. Just like an artist, one watches something and that's the end of it, finished. One sees right and wrong straight away. Sometimes, even before one sees it, it has ended already. It is powerful, it has power. It is a level of wisdom knowledge. Just doing this much, and wisdom knowledge arises. One is able to clearly know and penetrate things, by practicing like this. Seeing suffering, throwing off a heavy burden. Keep watching the body with awareness, and there will be progress in the development of awareness. Awareness will see the suffering of Rupa and Nama. Rupa is a lump of suffering, one must breathe, one must swallow saliva, one must lie down and sleep, one must get hot and cold, one must eat, and one must go to the toilet. This really is suffering of Rupa, it is a lump of suffering. One awakens to suffering and has pity on Rupa. Before, I was addicted to cigarettes. Wherever I went, I carried cigarettes with me. I always had a cigarette in my mouth. When I saw suffering, I had compassion for Rupa. Smoking just dropped off. To breathe in and not to breathe out is suffering. To breathe out and not to breathe in is suffering. To eat and not go to the toilet is suffering. This really is the suffering of Rupa. How could one add more on top of that, by making it do this and that? The hands can't stay still, they restlessly move about. This makes one see suffering, a lump of suffering. I felt so sorry for Rupa that tears flowed. How did it manage to survive through these last 30 years? Before, I really didn't know all this. On seeing like this, some parts of suffering just dropped off. It is like shaking a fruit tree. A lot of fruits will fall down easily, but others don't come down. One has to pick them or use a long pole. There was still suffering, comparable to being in debt $100, and one has already paid off $70 to $80. Or compare it to carrying a weight of 100 kilograms, and one loses at least 70 kilo. The parts of suffering that dropped off really had an effect. It really was the stream of liberation from suffering. Concord between Rupa and Nama. This kind of wisdom sees Rupa and Nama, it sees the suffering of Rupa and Nama. The suffering of Nama is to think and feel sad. It refers to worry and anxiety. The suffering of Rupa is similar to that of Nama. I didn't know this before. I used to take on suffering. The more suffering, the more I would grasp onto it. Suffering would stay with me the whole day, sometimes a few days. I would create it with thought. I would think to myself, he insulted me, he always does that, I'm not going to give in, and so on. These kinds of thoughts are like rubbish, they are stains in the body and the mind. They are the results of information that is not to one's liking. Nama is not being used properly. The results are no good. Nama acknowledges wrong information. It is comparable to a second-hand car that is full of dents made by collisions. In the mind, there are stains of love, of hate, of happiness, of suffering, of getting, and of losing. There only seem to be stains and marks. As soon as I saw the suffering of Nama, I felt compassion. I saw with wisdom that I wasn't using the mind in the right way. There is a poisonous snake in the mind that makes trouble for the body, and the body creates trouble for the mind. But when awareness arises, there is concord, there is a sense of neutrality between them. Actually, a lot of harmony arises between body and mind. Body and mind no longer oppress each other, there are no more problems. Now, I know. There is realization. I see the suffering of Rupa and Nama, and the next stage is to see the disease of Rupa and Nama. The disease of Rupa refers to sickness, pain, fevers, and dangers of the body. The disease of Nama refers to impurities of the mind, craving, etc., that defile the mind and make it dirty. The disease of defilement, of craving, of happiness, of suffering, of love, and of hate, kill one, that is to say, they kill the normality of mind. This is the way it is. When I saw things like this, it was as if I was cured from a disease, just as if I went to the doctor with a stomachache, and took medicine for it. It really was like that. Seeing like this made me overcome and be liberated from problems. Knowing Rupa and Nama acting, religion is the individual. Then I understood that the actions of Rupa and Nama are good, because of this Rupa and Nama, they perform bad actions because of this Rupa and Nama. Whether it is right or wrong depends on this Rupa and Nama. And I understood religion, religion is the individual. An individual means, a body and a mind. People from all nationalities have a body and a mind. Religion is the person. A person acts in a good or a bad way through using Rupa and Nama. One abandons evil with Rupa and Nama. Religion is your life. If one still acts, speaks and thinks in bad ways, one may recite the formula of taking refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, Buddhang Saranang Gacchami etc., but one won't be a religious person. This is just religion according to registration. One hasn't yet experienced what real religion is. I understood things like this. Oh, real religion means the individual. Religions teach people to do good and to refrain from evil. This is what religion is. Knowledge enters into this, it is like a stream. One keeps reviewing things, such as Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma. One sees the conditions of Rupa and Nama. Whatever arises with Rupa, is a condition of Rupa, whatever arises with Nama, is a condition of Nama. They are not permanent, they are rubbish. Before, I grasped them, grabbed hold of them, I clung to conditions as being self. Heat was self, cold was self, hunger was self. Before, I took those things and made them into a problem. I made all those things into suffering. Actually, it is good to be hungry, one should be thankful to hunger. Heat is the same and so is cold. If there was no hunger, things would become impossible, one would die. Before, I took it to be suffering, but when I knew like this, I felt grateful. This is not a matter to suffer over, it is just as it is. One sees the conditions of Nama in the same way. Anger and suffering are things to throw out. Seeing the three characteristics. One sees that those things are not permanent, one sees the three characteristics. Seeing the three characteristics is like having a magic eye. The magic eye arises, and the three characteristics appear like a garbage bin. The conditions of Rupa and Nama are like rubbish that one throws in the rubbish bin. This is the way it is. If you don't see this yet, then remember this, so that you will be able to use it when the time comes. When there is anger, then regard anger as impermanent. Likewise with suffering, suffering in the mind is not permanent. Throw them in the rubbish bin. Deposit them with the three characteristics, hand them over to the three characteristics. Before, there was lots of rubbish all over the place, it was the result of the past, it was second-hand stuff. When one throws these things away, it becomes cleaned up. On seeing what religion is, it is like being liberated from this mess. All this accumulated stuff gradually drops off. This is really the way it is. One sees that religion is the individual, and one sees that the three characteristics are not just concepts in a book, one sees them in the body and the mind. The three characteristics are not mere words, one can't explain them. The words to see, point to actually seeing things that really exist. On seeing, one is liberated, it is similar to having a shower, one becomes really clean and pure. How do you feel when you haven't had a shower yet? It feels sticky and messy, doesn't it? But when we've had a shower, dry ourselves and we put on new, clean clothes, we feel clean, light, and pure, we experience what it is like to be clean. This is what it's like. Convention, conventional norms. Let me entrust the Dhamma to my friends, really practice and purify yourself. Keep seeing, keep watching. I don't mean watching with the eyes. Keep practicing with the movements of the body. We do walking meditation and the rhythmic meditation. We keep knowing, we keep watching. We have to practice with the body and the mind in order to see religion. We continuously watch and we will see, things will reveal themselves. It is as if a door opens for us and we can see. One sees convention, conventional norms. There is both physical and mental convention. Material things, fields, wife, husband, and children and so on, are material objects, solid things. This kind of convention, we might call, true according to convention. Mental convention is thought that gives value to things, as good, not good, likable, not likable, etc. We assume things, to be like this or that, and we take convention too serious. The world is full of convention. We live in convention. Our whole life is convention. Fame and titles, material objects, possessions, houses, and whatever it may be, it is convention. We assume this and feel brave, we assume that and we are afraid, we even get angry because of convention. It is a big mess. There is so much of this convention. Objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions. There is what can be called objective matter, ultimate meaning, paramatha, and changing conditions. In and outside of oneself. Trees, mountains, the earth, the sky, and the weather, are examples of the external. We create them through convention. Originally, they are just nature, and then we go and assume them to be this and that. Internally, there are suppositions of flesh, skin, hair, and so on. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, and their interactions with form, sound, smell, taste, etc., are a kind of objective matter. Both internally and externally, there is objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions. Many of them are connected with living beings and their lives, the world is full of them. This is what one realizes and comes to know, one understands and sees convention. Before, I depended on thought to create magical verses, to create what is good, what is wrong, and I even created merit by using thought. In the past, I created all merit from outside, by thinking. Sometimes I would think to get something good from other people, or from material things. I took refuge in external things, such as charms and talisman. I would do good actions and make merit depending on others, thinking that others would be able to give me merit, believing that to do like this and that would be meritorious. It's just thought. It's convention. The various conditions and magical chants are nothing but convention. I didn't know this before, but when I understood convention, all this magical stuff lost its allure. Before, as a magical healer, I used to teach people to depend on me, but now I must look after myself. One does what is good and what is bad by oneself. I don't get lost, convention doesn't fool me anymore. Now, for me, all words, all abuse, is just convention, praise as well as blame. It is convention that people use, but we go and take it serious. When those things are on top of us, they can control our minds. As soon as I understood this, I suddenly felt so light. This knowledge is very expansive, it is like something opening up and seeing the scenery. One watches and one really sees, on seeing the truth the mind becomes good. It's not just gladness, it is goodness. The expressway, the freeway. Sitting here, a deer comes up to me. It is watching me. The weather is just great at Carmel, USA. The atmosphere is good, the state of watching is fluent, it is very convenient. One watches all the way from the beginning. One sees, starting with the body and then the feelings. It is an eye, a magic eye, it watches and watches. It is a magic eye indeed. The beginning stages are supportive, they are like cheerleaders that back one up, it makes things easy and convenient. It is as convenient as the roads in America. It is like a freeway, a highway, there are no traffic jams, one can always keep going, one passes easily and doesn't get stuck. These freeways are very big, 8 lanes on each side, and they don't drive slowly, as in Thailand. At least 100 kilometers an hour. But one has to be careful of wild deer, they put up signs, watch out for wild deer crossing the road. One day, as I was sitting in a car going to Long Island, I saw nothing but forest for 3 hours, and I saw a car that had collided with a deer. They've made signs of a wild deer crossing the road, they don't have signs of cows and buffaloes, as in Thailand. Their freeways sure are big and wide. If one practices in the right way, it is convenient. It is right view. When right view arises, everything becomes easy. One can go on, go through. It is like that from the beginning, one steps on the right path and things become fluent, the mind is in a good state. To have the mind in a good state is to have merit. To experience the good mind, the light mind, the mind that sees reality, this is what merit is all about. Seeing like this is to close the door to the bad destinations, one is no longer foolish, one has become smart. Why get angry? One knows now. One doesn't get caught up in bad states of mind, one just watches. As awareness increases all the time, one becomes more and more skilled in it and fluent, even though it is the same old awareness. When we do something, often, it can become an art. A craftsman uses his old saw or knife, but he is skilled and gets better and better. If we were to use his saw or knife, we couldn't do the things he can. It is an art. Athletes are the same, they play for a long time and they become artists, they are fluent and they can be champions. A boxer, for example, when he trains for a long time, can win. Knowing the beginning stages is like a cheerleading team, it gives support to make progress and not to regress. Seeing thought, being a human being. If one practices in the right way and there is right view, right aspiration will arise, and then right action, right effort, and so on. Energy arises and one will see things continuously. One watches and watches and watches. And suddenly, one will see thought. When one sees thought, it happens accidentally. Before, one saw it also, from the beginning of seeing the mind, seeing Dhamma, seeing Rupa Nama is the same. But now, one is suddenly confronted with thought, one really sees it, one sees thought. Before, one saw it too, but not clearly. It was indistinct, one saw it as a stream. But now, one really sees it clearly, one really contacts it. It is hard to express. Thought is something gross, something unjust. On seeing thought, one doesn't just see it and that's all. As soon as one sees thought, the thought collapses, the grossness, and its not being just, cease to be. The unintentional thought stops, it comes to an end. Before, we didn't know thought, but when we see it, the mind rises up. Of this one might say, one has now become a human being. The mind is on a higher level than before, there is a victory. There is no burden, it has put it down. That's what it feels like. It really is hard to describe. I'm now talking about it too fast. Before one has such an experience, it takes quite a while, many days or many months. One knows incessantly and the mind progressively rises higher. One could talk in terms of the mind rising up, or in terms of the mind being purified, being cleaned. When one sees thought, one realizes that one is now a human being. Being a human being is this, it is this state. One sees and understands what angels are, they are not anywhere out there. To be an angel is to have a sense of shame of wrongdoing, one can under no circumstances, do, speak, or think evil things. The body, as well as speech and the mind are clean. This is what it means to be an angel. To have a sense of shame to do what is bad, is something that others cannot see. But one sees it oneself. Before, the mind could think whatever it liked, all sorts of crazy and wrong thoughts. But on seeing like this, it is as if there is virtue. One sees what angels are. I used to think that they lived in the sky, and sometimes I called for them to come and help me. Well, these days, angels are supporting me. They praise me. The door to the realm of the hungry ghosts, hell beings, thick-headed demons, and the animal realm has been closed for sure. I can guarantee that I won't get reborn in any of those realms. Now, the mind is as high as the mind of an angel, a Brahma god or a divine being. Oh, a human being is like this. The Buddha said that to be born as a human being is a great gain, it is an excellent thing. Integrated virtue, knowing the path to follow. One can stand on one's own feet at this point. There is virtue now. Once there is virtue, one knows. It is the training in virtue. It is integrated virtue, the kind of virtue that goes in the direction of the paths and fruits of practice. One may as well say that there is virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom. Virtue helps, gives more energy, the power of virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom help even more. One sees and understands the path. Watching all the way through, this state of watching and seeing, and when seeing, not being caught up, this is the path. One sees and understands this, one gets a foundation here. When one knows the basic stage of Rupa Nama, one falls in the well of knowledge and joy, and analytical knowledge arise, which are defilements due to insight. One sees Rupa Nama, then the three characteristics, convention, and one falls in the well of knowledge. There is so much reflection in the mind. But I depended on Luangpor Teean, who taught us in the mornings and evenings. He said, watch well, when you see suffering, don't be the one who suffers. When there is happiness, don't be the one who is happy. When peace arises, don't be the one who is peaceful. Know and see these things, don't get caught up in them. I got a good foundation from the beginning, it supported me. It's like a young student that goes to a good school, he or she gets support and is able to learn well. I saw the path, it has been the path all along. This path aided me to go to higher levels, comparable to studying at a high school and then at a university. Sometimes my fellow practitioners at that time said that they knew Rupa Nama, but from their actions, behavior, and speech, one could see that it wasn't so. They still quarreled, they still did things without awareness, their minds still concocted things up, and they acted without clarity. This indicated that they didn't know yet. When one reaches this point, of seeing Rupa Nama, how could one think or do like that? Just thinking is already something defiled, and to then speak or act so that one is a burden and quarrels arise, would be impossible. When there is a high level of practice, not just using reasoning and memory, then one sees the path. It is the whole of the practice. One becomes experienced at seeing Rupa Nama, just like the craftsman using his old saw or knife to become an artist. When one is fluent, this is the path, it is the whole of the practice. It is purity, that is to say the state of watching and seeing, and on seeing not being caught up. This is purity, it is the highest virtue, the highest firmness of mind and the highest wisdom. The aggregates of Sila, Samadhi, and Panya are close together, so much so that there is nothing that is soiled. One feels clean, like someone who has put on clean clothes. One won't let anything soil one's clean clothes. Stains will be seen clearly because one's clothes are clean, and so dirt and dust can't remain, it will be brushed off immediately. The diamond of the Dhamma, being a noble one. To look inward is a diamond, it really is a diamond. It is the diamond of the Dhamma. I rarely talk about this. Wherever I go, I talk about being the watcher, watching and seeing, and on seeing not to be. This is the direct way to destroy identification with conditions. This is the diamond that melts down or drills a hole in the fetters. How can the ego remain? Self-view is about the ego, and so is attachment to precepts and practices, the first two of the fetters. The state of watching and seeing, and having seen not being, is very swift. If you don't have any knowledge, then know this matter first and practice with it, it is a shortcut. The way I see it is that, this is putting one on the right track. Just catch on to this. Don't be foolish and get lost, see. And on seeing, don't go and get caught up with what you see. Just pass by, keep passing things. This is the freeway. This is the path. It is the most convenient for practicing, one doesn't waste time, doesn't get stuck or hooked. Don't sit with closed eyes, that's crazy. See what's there. Happiness and peace, for example, see it and pass on. Those fetters are unable to stay. The first three fetters just fall apart. And one really becomes a noble individual. This is the exalted mind, the good mind. At this point, one can know for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that one is a noble one. Being a noble one happens at this point. The door of the good Dhamma is right here. The state of watching, seeing, and not being is the door to the truth. The noble Sankhya arises at this point. This is not being a noble one through convention, it is more than just reciting the words of the ordination procedure, that is convention. Being a monk is real in the conventional sense, but being a noble one arises at this point. The point of destroying the fetters and the ego. This realization is for the extinguishing of suffering, or the taming of defilement. It brings about coolness. One doesn't cause any trouble or danger, neither for oneself nor for others. Impurities are melted down and digested. There is no more me and mine. This is due to the power of the knowledge from the beginning stages upwards, seeing the three characteristics, convention, and suffering. That knowledge is a powerful support to make progress in a dignified and bold manner. Whether it is the 3, 5, or 10 fetters, they all fall apart. There is an enormous energy that causes one to penetrate through. It is the aggregate of sila, samadhi, and jnana. It is supreme virtue, supreme firmness of mind and supreme wisdom. It is complete purity. The body doesn't do anything bad, speech doesn't say anything bad, and the mind doesn't think anything bad. It is purity, it is the whole of the Buddhist way of life. Knowing jhana and jnana. The cankers of sensuality, being and not knowing, which are part of one's character, drop off, as well as defilements such as foolishness, anger, desire, delusion, and belief in all sorts of rites and rituals. They drop off by themselves, one doesn't do anything with them. It is comparable to shaking a tree that has fruits in it, the fruits come down by themselves. But some fruits, one has to pick oneself or get them down with a long pole. This state is like the simile that Luangpor Teean gave of the leech. A leech is sucking our blood. If we pull it off, it will come off, but with difficulty. One side of it comes loose but the other side is stuck. But there is a method for this. When we mix some kerosene with tobacco and squeeze it onto the leech, it will drop off by itself. In the same way, there is a method to let defilements such as the latent tendencies, the three cankers or whatever name they may have, drop off. It is not difficult. It happens in a finger snap. Just like a leech. It's like some custard apples that shrivel up and become black, up in the tree. In the same way, one knows and sees sensual desire, desire for forms and desire for what is formless. One understands the jhana, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Each jhana has a certain number of factors, 4, 3, or 2. This is the level of refinement, the level of purity, of not being stuck. Until one is not stuck or attached at all, it is zero. Zero means that there is no value. Let me tell you, it is life where I doesn't have value, nothing is left of it, of the sense of self. Zero. The unlocking, the 5 aggregates stop working. The development of awareness reaches the state of watching. Jnana or wisdom knowledge is fixed and burns things up, nothing can stand in its way. Purity reaches its perfection. It is natural, it is the law of nature. I don't know how it happened but the lock gets unlocked, it is as if something falls off, as if something snaps. One could say that the 5 aggregates, namely, form, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness drop off. Before, they worked together, it was their job to do so, but now, they stopped working, they've come to a halt and they have returned to nature. Everything has gone back to nature. It's all finished, it has stopped. There is nothing left. It feels as if there is nothing left to do. The goal of life has been reached. There is vision of the unborn, the non-aging, non-sickness, and the deathless. The Buddha, the Dhamma, the paths and fruits of practice, Nibbana, and the noble Sangha really exist. This reflects back to my father and mother who painstakingly raised their children. It is natural for parents to do that. They do so in order to let life reach its final destination. Well, it has been worthwhile. This happened at the time of having the midday meal. Usually I didn't have a midday meal, because Luangpor Teean said that he wanted us to practice continuously, and effectively in developing awareness. And so I asked my friends for the opportunity to not get involved in the various activities. In case I would not show up for the meal for over 7 days, then to come and check on me. But if I would fast for 2, 3 days then there was no need to come and ask what was going on. If I wanted to eat I would come, and if I didn't want to eat I wouldn't come. That's what I said. That day, I came for the meal. I had the meal together with Luangpor Teean. As I was eating, I watched myself. There were just processes. A hand with 5 fingers taking a lump of rice and putting it into the mouth was just a process. Talking, eating, sleeping, they are all just processes. They are not intentional actions, comma. It was really utterly finished. After the meal, the other monks all left, but I kept sitting there. Luangpor Teean asked me, "What's up?" I told him, "I've come to the end of things, Luangpor, there is nothing left." Luangpor Teean said, "It's an art, isn't it?" "Yes, it is, Luangpor." Next, Luangpor said, "Just practicing this much and you get these results. Does the Buddha really exist?" "Yes." "Do the paths, fruits, and nibbana really exist?" "Yes, they do." "Is there a noble Sangha?" "Yes, there is." "Helping people to get rid of suffering is one's duty." "Then," he said, "teaching people to know like this, is better than making merit by building a monastery, a ceremonial hall or material things. We have to work together, doing our duty to teach people to overcome suffering. This is the profound past of my life. I remember a big tree that gave lots of shade. My hut was on the east side of the monastery. The Buddhayana Forest Monastery. It was there that my life changed. These memories are deeply embedded in my heart. May you listen to these words with earnestness, don't bother about who it is that is speaking the words. In memory of Luangpor Teean. I bow to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. I pay respects to the senior monks and all fellow practitioners, and blessings to all of you lay people and upright men and women. This is the time to listen to Dhamma, as we do every morning and evening. I will talk about things that we are practicing with, things that we can use in our study of the Dhamma. This can bring about a balance, a point of understanding and realization. The more we take the opportunity to practice, to develop awareness, to make contact with awareness, to let the body experience awareness, the more we see delusion. What is delusion? How does the experience of awareness differ from delusion? It is a lesson for us to see these things, things that are happening within. Being aware is to experience things, directly, it is not thought. It is not reasoning, or anything to do with like and dislike, that is not the way we study. Rather, we practice. We have the intention to build up awareness. Delusion is ahead of us, but we see it clearly. Delusion can come from many causes. It can come from thought, or it may arise by way of the eye, ear, nose, body, or mind. Both internal and external conditions are involved. Delusion arises, even though that is not our intention. We see it. This state of seeing is a realization. Anything that one realizes is a matter of practicing Vipassana. To meditate means to develop a lot of awareness. Being diligent to know, is what meditation is. We recognize when there is no knowing. For example, we see feelings, we didn't ask for them to arise, they arise by themselves. They arise in the body, rupa, and in the mind. We see them, we don't deny anything whatsoever. We don't deny what arises, anything that is connected with the body and the mind. This is the way that Luangpor Teean teaches. And so we follow what our teacher says. He is our example. He would teach and he was an example by his behavior. This is what we take as our standard. We can learn through external means such as the movements with arms and hands, we can learn to feel the movements. This is what Luangpor Teean taught. And further, he taught to see the various changing conditions, such as thoughts and feelings, and to not be caught in them. For example, thought, to see thought, not to go into thought, to see the mind thinking. He taught very clearly. But some people don't understand, the words are easy to say but when we practice, we can't do it. We use thought in our practice, which only messes things up. Luangpor Teean said to know in a direct way. See thought, Don't be tangled up in thought. That is the right way. And having seen it, we return to awareness of the body. We should take an interest in the movements of the body. Just doing that much can put a stop to thought. It's easy. What makes things difficult is that we go and mess with thought. Whatever arises in the body or the mind, it is our duty to be the watcher. The function of awareness is to watch, not to deny anything. There are many things to watch, so we shouldn't get carried away with things. Somebody who practices according to Luangpor Teean's method of being aware of bodily movements, is one who has steadiness and clarity within. To make a mess by thinking a lot, using reasoning, figuring out what is right and wrong, and following one's likes and dislike, is not the way. Practice directly, just be interested in this one thing. Awareness. Fix on the movements. It is not hard to be aware, actually, it's easier than being caught in things. Any sensation in the body will do, and one will be able to catch the feeling of awareness. Make yourself skilled in being aware of the body, it is a training. But make it clear, to know clearly is the first step, do it the right way and see clearly. For example, we put our hands on the knees. We really know that our hands are on the knees. Whoever may say that we don't know, that's their business. Turning up the hand, we know. The objects that we know really exist. They are objects that we experience for ourselves. Raising the arm, we know, it is a clear knowing. It is an answer or solution in itself. However we move, we know. Besides this knowing, we see the feelings that arise, crystal clear. We don't get caught up in feelings. We see the feelings, and that is the solution. Anything that arises in the body or mind, that we see clearly, is a solution in itself. One sees thought, for example, and thought cannot fool one anymore. One sees feeling, and feeling can no longer fool one. Every time that something arises, one is ready to respond. One gets a foundation that makes one pass on all the time. If one gets caught up in something, it stands out. For example, one becomes happy or sad, and there is a self in those feelings. Or there is a self in thought, thought takes us to right and wrong, to like and dislike, and so it becomes a long story. But if we just see it, it is very short. Just knowing it, oh, I know already. Whatever thought it may be, it is just thought. Whatever feeling it is that arises, it is just feeling. It is not anything else. But when we are not aware, we don't know, we don't see it. And we are fooled by the convention in thought and feeling. If we catch on to the main principle, the development of awareness through using movements, is extremely convenient. The various postures are a big aid. There are many ways to escape. There are so many occasions to find a path. But if we go and think about practice, getting involved in what we like and dislike, then it becomes a long story. For some people, just ordinary thinking is already a problem, and everything gets messed up. But if one knows, there is no problem. We just simply see that the mind thinks. This is thought. Then, we can return to the movements. We keep watching and wisdom arises, seeing the body and the mind gives rise to wisdom. But in the beginning, maybe nothing will happen. But establish a foundation, by making the movements with the hands and arms. The ability to watch will develop itself. A discovery will take place. One discovers that the body really is, just, rupa, there is not any self to be found there. Rupa is part of nature, and many conditions manifest in it. Feeling, for instance, is a condition of rupa. Heat, cold, pain, and hunger, are conditions of rupa, and so we solve these problems. Once we have a foundation and we see that they are conditions of rupa, we become skilled. Nothing is concealed for us any longer. The various conditions line up to show us what they are. They reveal themselves. One knows all about rupa now. This is wisdom knowledge, that penetrates all matters that are concerned with rupa. One has discovered all of it. At the moment that these things arise, one is able to solve the problem, one knows now. Whenever feelings arise, it is their business. One understands this now. There is no self in feelings of hot and cold, or in hunger and pain. In short, it's all just feeling. Wisdom knowledge arises, realization, one penetrates the three characteristics of impermanence, valuelessness, and non-selfhood. The result is zero. This means that nothing remains of rupa, there is no more self in rupa, it has all been given back to nature, according to reality. This realization could be called a discovery, a seeing, or one might call it liberation, vimutti. As soon as one sees clearly, liberation takes place automatically. Just as when we see a snake, the snake doesn't bite us. Or when we see thorns, we won't step on them. The state of seeing is the most excellent thing, it is sufficient, it is virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom in itself. The state of seeing is insight meditation in itself. The various conditions don't delude us. We're smart in the ways of rupa, they disclose themselves. Nature teaches us. It teaches us what impermanence, valuelessness, non-selfhood, heat, cold, happiness, suffering, etc., are like. This is wisdom. One understands all things. Nama, or the affairs of the mind, are the same. When one sees rupa, one will inevitably see nama. One sees that they are a pair, they are both movements in a person who is not dead. These movements, especially thoughts, can be poisonous and dangerous, if we don't know and understand them. Then it becomes a big deal. But the bottom line is that, it is all just nama dhamma, mental phenomena. Someone who is still alive tends to think. And thought is not anything mighty. But in particular, unintentional thoughts make up a long story if we are not aware. It is the birthplace of many, many things. Defilements, craving, lust, anger, desire, delusion, love, hate, and so on. All these things are rooted in thought. There are two kinds of thought, stealthy thought and intentional thought. Intentional thoughts, naturally, come to an end. Nobody wants to intentionally think. But the sneaky thoughts are like rubbish. They are sankhara, conditions, formations, they are the cause of suffering, samudaya. These thoughts arise by themselves, without us having intention. Mental conditions work very diligently. The Buddha compared them with a potter. Things that arise from sneak thoughts, are like the shapes and forms that a potter produces. Whatever pots and things the potter makes, big or small, beautiful or ugly, they all have to break, eventually. Whatever arises from thought is not permanent, and is not self. We are the ones who lose ourselves in them. For example, a thought arises and we get angry. Anger is impermanent. It is a condition, it is a cause for suffering to arise. Whatever is a condition is impermanent. One can foretell it, that the condition will pass away. Face conditions with this fact. In this way, they won't establish themselves. It means that we know in time. It is like watching a conjurer. If we have sharp eyes and know what's going on, we don't believe his tricks and it is not fun. The more he performs, the clearer we see what he's doing. We see the deception. What is happening in our minds is just the same, we see what happens clearly. We see the trickery, maya, of rupa nama, of objective matter and all kinds of changing conditions. We realize this. We don't go along with it. And so it stops. We are free now. This really is topmost wisdom. The method of developing awareness by making use of movements is a shortcut, it is straight and suitable for everyone. It is a universal principle. Everybody has the same problem. As soon as we can catch the feeling of awareness, we all become one being. For example, if we are aware while sitting here, then we all are one person. The feeling of awareness is exactly the same for everyone. But when we are deluded, we are different people with different states of mind, feelings, thoughts, and so on. At one time, I went to teach meditation at Harvard University in the States. There were many students there. I didn't teach anything much, I just told them to do the rhythmic meditation for 10 minutes, so that they would know the sensations of bodily movements. When they stopped, I asked, "Just now, where were you?" Many of them answered that they were with awareness. When we are with awareness, we are one, we are the same. This is something that is possible. We are then beyond sex, nationality, and language. Among the people who were practicing, there were Chinese, Thais, Cambodians, and many other nationalities. They were all very clever students. This is one of the most famous universities in the world. If one is not especially intelligent, one can't study there. In Thailand, we have a doctor who took ordination at Sukatho Forest Monastery, the place where Luangpor resides. He got a PhD at Harvard. He was the one to take us there. He also gave the same answer. Awareness is not male or female, it is not young or old, it has nothing to do with being a monk or a layperson. Awareness is awareness. To whom does awareness belong? It belongs to one who knows. Whoever knows immediately has awareness. And what's it like to be aware? Well, there is no delusion. Delusion diminishes in proportion to the amount of awareness one has. One can solve and avoid delusion and problems. There are immediate results. When one is aware, one doesn't have to wait for results. Whenever we are aware, we get the results straight away. No need to wait for an hour or tomorrow. It is Hapajit Thung, to be experienced individually, right there. We turn the hand up and we know, we raise the arm and we know. It is not like planting rice, pepper, or whatever, that takes a year or half a year. But with developing awareness, one gets results immediately. Whoever is very diligent will get lots of results. But some people seem to be diligent in getting deluded. This tends to happen because when we start focusing on awareness, thoughts are pushed to the surface. This deludes us in all sorts of ways. So try to make awareness crystal clear. Don't let it be 50% awareness and 50% delusion. In developing awareness, one needs to stay with things and to make things clear. No matter what it is that we're training in, be in time and make it clear. Whether it is science, art, handicraft, or meditation, if we keep up with it and follow it through, we will understand. Sometimes one can even know beforehand. Knowledge about meditation is the same as other kinds of knowledge, try to make it very clear. One half of awareness and one half of delusion is no good. Some people are caught up in a lot of things while doing the rhythmic meditation. Some people even chat and joke with others while practicing meditation. They just perfunctorily make the movements. There is no intention and no attention. This is not meditation, and there won't be results. We have to add intention to the movements. We have to be attentive in order to know, this is called making effort. When delusion arises, we pay attention, so that the knowing arises. This is putting forth effort. Effort means to have the attention, to always be aware. The attention that makes one know all the time could be called samadhi, firmness of mind. When there is delusion and one makes effort to know, one changes delusion into knowing, this is called wisdom. Sila, samadhi, and panya, all come together at this point. If we start off in the right way, we'll do just fine and it won't take long. But if we don't start off in the right way, we'll be confused and unclear. Even sleepiness is a big problem for some people, or restlessness. One girl said to me, "Oh, today, it was a real hassle, I had so many thoughts." If we practice in the right way, it's not like that, we can solve it in a finger snap. It is not difficult at all to deal with thought, it's easy. Some people concoct up all sorts of things. In 1968, there was an old monk doing the rhythmic meditation, at the monastery in Bohome village, Luangpor Teean's home village. There were just the two of us there. Myself, I was walking up and down above him. Every now and then, the sound of shoe slapping someone's head could be heard. I looked down and saw what was going on. I asked him, "What are you doing?" "The mind keeps thinking, I don't know why it's thinking all the time," he said. One's own thoughts are a big problem. To the extent that one beats one's head with one's slippers. For some people, it is as if there is someone in one's head, thinking. Conditions are being concocted into states of mind and feelings of self. There is no end to it. But if we see thought, whack, we can smile inwardly. We see delusion. This is the best lesson there is. This is quite a profound experience, and one kind of feels proud of oneself. Whatever it may be that arises, that is not awareness, all of that is a lesson to us. There is nothing that is wrong. Even sleepiness is the same. Some people won't do anything about it, they immerse in drowsiness and nod in all directions. When they close their eyes, they'll just fall asleep. They are stuck in that state forever. But when we take a good look at sleepiness, there is nothing difficult about it. It really can be solved and overcome. Then there is no more problem. But if we don't know how, and we are unclear, if awareness is not firmly established, it turns into a big thing, sleepiness. It makes one feel exhausted and there just isn't any energy. Sometimes in addition tension and headaches arise. We should try to wake ourselves up. If there is not a sense of being awake, then use different postures and look around you, look at the trees, take a deep breath and make awareness clear. Then, it is not a big thing. It is refreshing to see sleepiness. When one is caught up in sleepiness, one is lazy, it's the lazy mind that can only think of sleep. Laziness shrouds the mind. It's the stubborn mind, just like a kid that is stubborn. Whatever you tell it to do, it won't do it, it's just stubborn. If we understand this, we are clever and nothing can fool us. Thoughts can't fool us. In this way things become easier. In our entire life, there are only just two things, knowing and delusion. Just these two things. This is the conclusion, knowing and delusion. The cause for sleepiness, defilement, greed, hatred, craving, lust, worry, happiness, suffering, etc., is delusion. Delusion is the cause. There is no method to practice with delusion. Don't even try it. But the way to deal with delusion is by building up awareness. Only sati is able to clear up delusion. Delusion is the biggest of the defilements. If compared to the index finger, the middle finger, and the ring finger, delusion is the middle one. If there is delusion, anger, desire, love, and hate can arise too. Therefore delusion is the mightiest. When delusion is present, one is ready to be angry, ready to desire, etc. One inclines in the direction of the various impurities. The only method to do something about delusion is to be aware. It is very easy. It is the path. One sees and discovers the path. The method of developing awareness by making use of movements is applicable to everyone, regardless of sex, age, nationality, and language. It is a universal principle. Whoever tries it out won't be able to deny it. Nobody can deny it because it is a true principle. We have Luangpor Teean as our example, as our model. His life was exclusively devoted to the development and practice of awareness. I'd tried out several methods when I found out about this one. I was very satisfied with it. It was good enough for my life. One time some Westerners that were teaching their religion came to the place where I was teaching in the USA, together with their students. They were standing outside the room I was in, about 8 people. They asked to interview me, through the translator. I said, all right. They came in together with their disciples. They stood there and asked me, what is it that you know? You come here to teach, so what do you have to teach? I first told them to sit down. Then, I told them, I know myself. What does somebody who knows himself know? They wanted to know. So I told them to put their hands on their knees. Know when turning up the hand, know when raising the arm. This is knowing oneself. They tried it out. They knew once, twice, and on and on. I said in English, aware, aware. They were satisfied. They confessed that at first they had lots of questions, and had the intention to crush me. But when they experimented like this, they understood. Suppose one knows like this for a whole day, what will happen then? Or 1 month? Do you want to find out? This is what I know, other things I don't know about. You Westerners are able to go to the moon, but that kind of wisdom is worldly wisdom, it is not enlightened wisdom. Enlightened wisdom is to know in this way. They said they would try it out. The next day, one of them brought his father and a chair too. The father was quite old, so he practiced sitting on a chair. This is real stuff. It cannot be denied. We don't have to waste time. This is a true principle of life. Everybody who is sitting here has a body, rupa, we're all the same in this respect. There are feelings, heat, cold, pain, hunger, etc. For example, the condition of the weather in this monastery, we all experience in the same way, it's a little bit cool. The weather here is not the same as in Buriram province, where I was yesterday. It was really hot there, I was sweating all the time. But here it's really nice and cool, refreshing. The cold or hunger, we experience in the same way. Pain, also, is the same for us all. But are we keen-eyed enough to let wisdom arise? All wisdom arises from things connected with rupa and nama. Wisdom is to thoroughly understand conditions, sankhara, the conditions of rupa and nama. It is not a matter of knowing external things. That is not the wisdom of the Buddha. The wisdom of the Buddha is to know like this. The wisdom of the Buddha knows about liberation and how to not suffer. No need to mention things like ceremonies and rituals. What is important is to have this kind of knowledge. This is what Luangpor Teean teaches us. Regardless of what kind of person you may be, it is the same for everyone. Awareness is not male or female, and it doesn't matter whether you are a monk or a layperson. It is the same quality of knowing. It is not as if awareness of a monk is one thing, and awareness of a layperson is another. This is the principle of being one, of all life. There are no exceptions. It is not a sect, it doesn't belong to a certain nationality, nor is it connected with any language. It is one and the same for everyone. Nobody can deny that. One shouldn't differentiate between Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. Or divide people into this and that sect. That's not right. When anybody has this quality of knowing, one immediately experiences the universality of awareness. But when there is delusion, many conditions can arise. One might be somebody's enemy, but when there is the knowing, never mind. The Buddha compared awareness to living with one's parents at home. Whoever is aware, is on one's father's property. One's home is a safe, comfortable, and warm place. When one is deluded, it is as if one is homeless, desolate, and destitute. But the one who knows feels warm, there is nothing arising for him or her, there is no fear, no happiness, no suffering. Life is zero, life is void. There isn't anything. In the end, one takes not having anything as one's refuge. Not having and not being anything. Taking nothing as one's shelter. There is nobody who is happy, there is nobody who suffers, there is just the seeing of these things as conditions. There is just discovering the affairs of the body and mind. But one doesn't identify with those things. One just sees and sees. Speaking in terms of being, one could say that one is the watcher. There are things to be watched all the time. That is to say, for someone who is not dead yet. Inside of us, things appear continuously. And outside of us, also. So we don't have to waste time. We are very fortunate, We have come together in order to practice. This is a good model, we get a good example from our friends here, and we get to hear Dhamma talks, which are a good lesson. Practicing here, we get experience. We listen and we practice. This is just perfect. Don't think that I'm special, I don't have any knowledge, I just know myself. I don't know about other people. But I succeed in escaping from suffering. My birth as a human being has not been wasted. No matter how long life may last for, there won't be any problem. I stay right here, watching. Being the one who sees and watches continuously. What arises is seen all the time. I have talked about things that can be verified, it is not talk about things up in the sky. These things can be proven to be true, they can be experienced by all of you. This is the truth, this is reality. This is really studying life. Liberation is to be found right here. The method of practice is like this. We are all able to practice, without exception. I have the opportunity to meet with you, and be your spiritual friend. I don't keep still, I go from here to there. I just went to talk to students who are addicted to drugs in Buriram province. The Ministry of Education checked and found out about this drugs problem, and tries to take care of it, relying on the monastic community. So I went over to help out. It is a good thing, they are determined to practice. This practice is real. Don't go and doubt about it. This is a genuine life principle. The foundation of religion, of the overcoming of suffering, of liberation, is right here. It is to be found in every rupa and nama, i.e. in every one of us. Everybody has determination and purity of mind, the mind inclines to the right direction. May that determination and purity be the power for you, to meet the truth, Satjadhamma, that is to say the state beyond birth, aging, sickness, and death. May you all discover that in this lifetime. Dhammaroot. Throughout the time that we spend together here, may you determine to train yourself, depending on the postures of walking meditation, and rhythmic meditation while sitting. Move your hands and arms as has been instructed, and see and be aware of getting up, walking, sitting, and other movements of the body in the various postures. Fix on awareness, build up awareness and stay with awareness a lot. Be aware when your mind thinks of this and that and goes to other objects, because it will abandon the watching and seeing of the present, existing posture. Know how to put down thoughts and moods, pull yourself away, and come back to watch and see the movements of the body. Train yourself to be skilled at this point. Establish awareness properly. Take this way of practicing to be your work, depending on this body as the base. See rupa moving and see nama moving. These actions, of body and mind, are kamma, intentional. Train to see the basics of life. The first aspect of life that we will really see is rupa and nama. See it like this. Know which part is rupa and which part is nama. Rupa is this body of ours, that moves to and fro in the various postures, such as walking and sitting. Nama is feeling and thought, that which orders the body to move this way and that, it orders one to love, to be angry, to be delighted and to be sad. It orders one to go here and there. All of that is the state of nama. All of it is a movement of the mind. This is called nama acting. In reality, to get to see rupa nama and to be able to differentiate between them, takes rather a long time. This is because our minds are used to thinking, they are used to being carried away by moods. Whatever object arises, completely takes one in, a thought of anger arises and one becomes angry, whatever one indulges in, one gets overwhelmed by. But as soon as we fix on being within limits and establish awareness, those moods that used to be so powerful, now express a reaction. Some people do walking meditation for a little while and get sleepy. Some people practice the rhythmic meditation and become restless, their minds go all over the place. They struggle hard and feel uncomfortable, burdened, they have headaches and tight feelings in the chest. There are these troublesome things that come up all the time, they are obstacles. Understand this to be ordinary. Don't be annoyed, uncomfortable and burdened by those various manifestations. Establish awareness, hold on to awareness well. Whatever states or conditions arise during the practice of meditation, recognize them, see them. Have crystal clear awareness. Recollect what your main duty is. It is to cultivate awareness, and to see the body as it is moving in its present posture. This is the foundation. As for thought or any moods that come to interfere, regard that as ordinary, take that to be objects that change according to the habits of the mind, that hasn't yet been trained. All right, when it arises, but our main duty is to establish sati. Be aware, arouse awareness in order to see the body, always see the states, conditions, and whereabouts of the body, as it is moving about as clearly as possible. Know how to put down thoughts and moods that are, continuously, changing, don't let them be obstacles. This point right here, might be a big issue for some, and not a big deal for others. Characteristics and conditionings tend to vary according to previously accumulated habits. Sometimes the thoughts and moods that interfere are quite powerful. They might make one's mind think in line with them, until one is fooled and forgets oneself. The mind wanders away, it gets really fascinated with those things. Never mind. When we realize it, and are newly aware, be careful. Come back to fix on awareness and keep on practicing. The state of the mind wandering off and lacking awareness, the mind feeling uncomfortable and burdened, arises a lot when we first set out to train ourselves to develop awareness. It is the same for everyone. Because, originally, we are used to thinking all sorts of things according to our own untrained minds. Therefore, it is going against the stream of our old habits to try and establish and arouse awareness. So, it is ordinary that there are various obstacles. In the beginning, we must depend on devotion, and put forth a lot of effort to train and establish awareness, so that one gains awareness. Be determined to make effort with walking meditation and sitting, doing the rhythmic meditation. Make movements with the body and train a lot to be aware. Never mind if the mind loses awareness, and thinks of this and that 100 or 1000 times. Regard yourself as somebody who is still new at the training. Inspire yourself. Try and do the best you can. Keep establishing awareness consistently. When you lose it, you start again, you lose it again and you start once more. The state of delusion and forgetting often, and then being able to re-establish awareness, makes one begin to be able to differentiate, and one gets to know what one's heart and one's real character are like. One begins to understand how to adjust one's own mind to be aware. One knows how to put down changing thoughts and moods. These experiences teach one to re-establish sati faster and clearer. Awareness becomes more and more prominent, as long as one tries and puts forth effort. We now begin to really discern our states of mind, the states that are conditioned by thoughts and moods, and the state that is governed by awareness. We have more ability to know our own moods in time. And there is more awareness as well as awakeness. The conditions, of feeling uncomfortable and oppressed, of doubt and confusion, of restlessness and giddiness, and of feeling fed up, that used to be there, gradually begin to fade out, with each moment that our sati sampajanya begins to awaken more and more. Until finally, when we really have aroused awareness, and a sense of being awake firmly, we see the existing rupa and nama clearly. That's it. We now get to know about life. We get to know suffering, dukkha, the suffering of rupa and nama. We will understand that rupa or the body is a lump of suffering. It consists of parts that are always moving and changing. One really sees the unfolding of the various states, conditionings, and processes of the body clearly. Breathing is suffering, it is a conditioning, it is dukkha, it is an ordinary state that happens by itself. Swallowing saliva, blinking the eyes, opening the mouth, eating, lying down, taking a shower, putting on clothes and so on, is all dukkha. They are ordinary conditionings of the body, that happen by themselves. Most people have never seen the states of the body, and the course that it takes, according to reality, like this. And then, through ignorance, we create another kind of suffering to mess up our lives, namely nama dukkha. Nama that we have not trained yet, nama that thinks according to what one likes, wants, and desires, nama that is still full of attachment, concocting up thoughts and views based on a self. This is another kind of suffering that we don't know about yet. This is a kind of suffering that is something unfortunate in our lives, that we have never studied or tried to understand. This nama has never been trained, has never treated rupa, nor one's own life fairly. But as soon as we see, train, and refine ourselves, and we know how to arouse and establish awareness, waking ourselves up, the very quality of sati acts as the judge. It is the most honest court. The kind of suffering that doesn't arise from dukkha, from the natural state of the body, awareness discerns it. Awareness brings it to a halt. Nobody can stop dukkha, the ways of the body and of life. Those states just happen. We have to be aware of those conditions, to acknowledge, deal with them and look after them, so that there is a state of normality and happiness for as far as conditions allow. But the suffering that is due to thought, that is due to nama, that is due to all kinds of wants and desires, is a state that is something untoward. It arises because of our thinking and our beliefs. This is what awareness sees. It stops and pacifies that kind of thinking. Awareness knows how to put down and pull oneself away from thoughts, in those circumstances. Awareness really acts as the judge because when one is aware and awakened, it really treats rupa and nama, and one's mind, fairly. One's life begins to be different from how it used to be. Before, one used to be a slave of moods and desires, and one used to fall in the trap of thought all the time. Thoughts, speech, and all actions used to be dictated by moods, by one's own character, every moment, every time. But now the time has come to wake up and establish awareness. Our body then has more freedom. One doesn't have to be under the power of desire anymore. Like if one was addicted to cigarettes and betel nut, and used to roam around and booze. One has been a slave all the time of desires, to have and be on the sensual plane. As soon as one is awakened through sati, one abandons that sort of behavior at once. Awareness knows how to differentiate and it knows how to properly reflect. It really sees things. Oh, this clearly is suffering. How could I indulge in those things and be such a fool? The things that one used to wallow in and be intoxicated with, really drop off our minds. There is no more desire for cigarettes, betel nuts, and booze. One completely does away with those things. For example, myself, I used to be someone who believed in superstition and I trained myself, until I was an occult healer. I used to calculate auspicious occasions. I had all sorts of amulets and whatnot, a complete mess. Before I could go to sleep I had to recite all kinds of verses and chants. My room was full with sacred and holy objects. Flowers, incense, blessed water and so on. I used to chant incantations for at least an hour. Whenever I traveled somewhere I had to figure out the omens. What time to set out, in what direction etc. Going to the forest, I first protected myself from fierce animals with spells. There was really a lot of stuff. And then I met Luangpor Teean. I trained to develop awareness with him at the Budayana forest, Loi province, in 1966. For a full month I trained and strove, before I was able to establish awareness and arouse a state of being awake. The various things that I used to think about, believed in, and practiced by way of different ceremonies dropped off. They really dropped off me. Sati was crystal clear and I realized, oh, it really is because of thought, and my own firm belief that I indulged in those kind of views for many years. I was really going over the top at that time. Now I knew how to be aware, how to train and strive, doing walking meditation and rhythmic meditation. I practiced in the same way as you are doing here now. I trained in awareness, I trained and trained. From being carried away through thoughts and moods, I gradually became more aware and awake. Awareness became more clear by itself. After there had been an upsurge of being aware and awake, I felt that my life had revived and strengthened. It was really more dynamic. I felt that my mind was happy and at ease. Many conditions certainly were more distinct than before. It felt like a mountain or a heavy weight that had been weighing down my mind for ages had been lifted off my life, almost completely. I understood what old people meant when they said, "Heaven is in the heart, hell is in your own mind." This took on a profound meaning for me. Awareness stood out. It felt as if being aware and awake happened by itself. I didn't have to support it as much as when I first started out. Whatever I thought, said, did, the movements of the body, doing walking meditation, I really did all of it with awareness. I saw states, processes, and the proceedings of the things I thought and did, in a refined way. Regarding the thoughts and beliefs that I used to cling to, moods of love, like, anger and delusion, in fact, they didn't disappear from the mind in one go. It just felt that they had diminished a lot. They were not powerful, they were no longer the boss like before, when I couldn't establish awareness yet. Desire and ambition were still there, latent. They still showed their faces, once in a long time. Sometimes I would still think about this and that, without awareness. Even though I could establish awareness, and was well aware and awake, I still felt that I didn't have complete freedom from love, like, anger and delusion. Luangpor Teean warned to be careful of those things, to be careful of thought, and to be careful of the defilements of a practitioner of insight meditation, namely, being stuck on refined states of mind, such as too much joy, too much delight, too much peace and coolness, stuck on images that would appear, stuck on knowledge of this and that. All these things one should be careful of and not heedless, forgetting oneself and being fooled by them. And so I had to put forth more effort, but I felt that it wasn't as difficult and burdensome as in the beginning. This latter part of the practice could be called working with the mind. For the method I still used the posture of moving the body as a base. This is the sign for fixing on awareness. But now I felt more at ease. I would do the walking meditation in a leisurely fashion, and I would move the hands and arms in a relaxed and agile way. I was aware and saw the existing states and conditions of the body. The movements were very clear. There was no laziness or feelings of wanting to quit. There was no boredom, no uncomfortable feelings or dissatisfaction. And there was no confusion as before, at the beginning. But there were some occasions that my mind thought about things. It would reflect and analyze certain matters. These states would arise on their own. This would complicate things. Some of the things that I would think about I felt were important. For example, I would explain the Dhamma, in my mind, to someone I cared for, such as my friends or my family. Sometimes I would investigate and try to find an answer to a Dhamma question. I felt that each matter that I reflected on was important. And so, at times I would forget and just get caught up in thinking. The various thoughts that would appear at times were old habits. They were cankers flowing outward, asava, they were manifestations of views and opinions, they were thoughts and beliefs in various forms of myself. They would spring up sometimes. Therefore, during the time that one is working with the mind, and one sees the states of mind, and one's own thinking, one really needs to be aware and awake and to be able to establish awareness. One has a perspective. No matter what one is thinking about, and no matter how important it may seem, always be aware clearly and see those conditions arising. When one is careless and thoughts come up, and even when one starts to think, see it and know it in time. But don't be careless and get mixed up in thinking, and let it turn into an issue, to the point one completely forgets oneself. We must take awareness as our perspective. Awareness should always stand out. Then, one can really let go and put down those images, without grasping or paying attention to them. Always come back to being aware. Regardless of how powerful, delightful, or awful thoughts may be, establish awareness and make it into a foundation. When thoughts arise, let them be there, but see their characteristics. Just be clearly aware and don't get mixed up with thought. Neither encourage nor obstruct thoughts. Do it like this. Hold on to this principle. It won't be long and those thoughts will stop on their own. They will fade and disappear by themselves. They will turn into rising images. Just watch, see, and know their temporary rising and passing. In the end, awareness will still be as stable and prominent as it originally was. Actually, the method here is the same as when we first trained to establish awareness. The only difference is that, in the beginning of our training in the development of awareness, we put emphasis on establishing awareness, on breaking through the encirclement of the various objects, and so we give emphasis to focusing on the movements of the body. We do this exclusively in order to have a foundation, or sign in training in the setting up of awareness. We create awareness because in the beginning of our training, states of mind and mood still have power. We are still accustomed to thinking, and this gives rise to some kind of mood that we are familiar with from the past. So we are not yet interested in watching and seeing thought, as we are in the later stages of working with the mind, because one who is not able to establish awareness is like someone without a place to stand. One easily loses one's footing and slips. When we watch thought or powerful moods, we get drawn into feelings of like and dislike. We tend to get carried away with things that look as if they're easy to watch. We can't yet differentiate between the object and awareness. Even though we know and see that we experience a certain condition, we are still not able to give it up and put it down. For this reason, one is taught to make effort with one aim, namely to train in order to be able to establish awareness, to be aware and awake, to be ready, including all things. This is the priority. Make use of the postures and movements of the body as signs, and exercises to train in focusing on awareness. No need to be very concerned with thought or your state of mind. When we get to the point where we have established awareness, the mind is awake and we have a perspective on life, that's it. Now we have the ability to face thought, to see the mind, to see the stream of our own thinking in a straightforward way, without our mind slipping and sliding, getting caught up in thoughts. Therefore, only someone who knows how to set up awareness will be successful in working with the mind, someone who arouses both awareness and a sense of being awake. This period is important for getting to know oneself in a straightforward manner. One comes to know how to let go and put down one's moods, thoughts, beliefs, and conceited opinions, really becoming absolutely free. What kind of character and disposition did we used to have? What kind of things did we think about and believe in? To what extent did we have moods of love, anger, and delusion? We will really see our minds, mind states, clearly as they occur, in a simple way. From the conditionings of mind that come up in thoughts, turning into moods, issues, and various matters, periodically or momentarily, Yanadasana, knowledge and vision, arises, one really gets to know oneself. Oh, this is how I think, I get angry this much, this is what I believe in. One will see conditions one by one, according to the thoughts that appear momentarily, relying on the perspective of life, the main principle, knowing how to establish awareness, being in control with awareness and being awake. The mind doesn't flow and comply with the moods and thoughts. Wisdom knowledge will arise within us, and we will be able to reflect and differentiate between desires and reality. We will know how to let go, we will know how to put down thoughts, put down delusion, put down images and moods that proliferate. We can pull ourselves out of thoughts and beliefs we used to cling to, and were firmly convinced of. Clinging is loosened and one returns to awareness that has never been so striking before. Views and opinions of all sorts get demolished more and more, one after the other. And in the end our minds are made smooth. Our minds don't go back to creating suffering and problems through concoction anymore. It has all been demolished. Proliferating thoughts, sankhara, that used to be so powerful and used to create heavy suffering in our lives and our families, are finally done with, their poison is really gone. Life is smooth. One is able to conduct one's life with intuitive awareness, sati sampajanya, as the prominent factor. One is able to be creative and perform one's duties and obligations as one should. One is calm, composed and endowed with discretion. One is able to reflect and discriminate A from B. One is really absolutely free and independent. Well, what I've said today was an introduction, and a pointing to a line of practice to train oneself. I have made known the teachings of the Buddha and done the duty of a Buddhist. I have done what a bhikkhu, monk, should do. There is this saying of the Buddha, Arogaya Paramalabha, being free from disease is the greatest gain. This refers to what I've been talking about, it refers to our lives, it refers to this method of practice. In the old days, the monks would go all over the country, and propagate the teachings on the end of suffering in the marketplace, or wherever many people would gather. It is the highest gain. It is eternal life. I think that I have performed my duty in a complete way, and have satisfied the request of the abbot of this monastery. This talk was given in a branch monastery in the south. May all of you, who have lent an ear, take up what has been said for contemplation, and put the various reflections and perspectives into practice. Determine to train and cultivate yourself, so that you will attain the paths and fruits of practice according to your aspirations. The art of knowing directly. I bow to the triple gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. I pay respects to the senior monks and all my colleagues in the Dhamma. May all lay practitioners prosper in the Dhamma. You've come here to listen to words. If you remember the words having listened to them, then you will receive something that is fake. But it is necessary to speak and teach. Talking in order to give rise to knowledge and memory is easy, it's easy to teach and understand. There are teachers all over the place. All of us sitting here now, at a monastery where a retreat is held, have knowledge of good and bad, of right and wrong. Everybody knows that. For example, we know that anger and suffering are no good. We know that, but we still suffer and still have anger. Now, in real teaching we have to teach ourselves, we have to teach ourselves to really understand. We might learn some things from others, it will make it easier to remember, but real teaching we have to do ourselves. In talking today we are all friends, spiritual friends. On this occasion we all become fellow practitioners, so that we can meditate and practice together. This is a good thing and it is right. In real teaching we have to teach ourselves. Even talking and listening are practices in themselves, practices in developing awareness. Don't be united in anything other than developing awareness. Be aware, pure awareness. Be aware in a straight and direct way, straight and direct sati. Feel the body directly, in a straight way. Be fully aware, don't let there be anything in front or behind. This is called really teaching oneself. Let awareness move around, let it be with the body, with rupa. And let awareness see the mind. When there are thoughts, don't prevent or obstruct anything, give awareness the full opportunity to see. As for the body, know directly and straightly, know purely. Use and search for whatever ways that makes you have awareness within your body. Make it direct and straight, know immediately. But some people don't do it like this. Before, I was the same myself, I didn't know directly and straightly. I reserved it and knew other things and there were thoughts. Why do we do it like this? One goes and uses reasoning, figuring out what is right and what is wrong. Like this is right. There is like and dislike. Why do we practice like that? What's the point of knowing this and that? For example, when we are aware, we ask ourselves, am I aware or not? Is this sati or not? Is this kind of knowing, awareness? Or is it thought? Sometimes we're thinking, and we don't know what awareness is, and so there is a division all the time. Reasoning and perceptions of right and wrong come to interfere with practice, and so one doesn't practice fully. No, 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 be aware. When you start off practicing, you shouldn't use reasoning and think about what is right and wrong. Don't do it like that. Know directly, using whatever method that makes you be aware of either the body or the mind. Don't concentrate. Don't think about right and wrong before you experience right and wrong. Don't think about being and seeing before you actually are and see. That's not it. It is wrong when something is wrong, it's right when something is right, you are when you are, and you see when you see. Be aware directly, don't concentrate and don't use reasoning. You shouldn't think, from now on there is no need to think. When there is awareness of the body and the mind for a long period, seeing automatically occurs. This is not called thinking, it is called discrimination, Dhammavidyaya, or orderly reflection, Yoniso-manasikara. It differentiates and wisdom knowledge or wisdom arises by itself. This is called practicing directly. For example, we raise the arm or we turn up the hand, just know it directly. Feel your arm moving, feel your hand moving, feel the movements. Actually, this method that we're practicing was different before. In the past it was not practiced as we do now. But Luangpor Teean adapted it, making it more practical. In the past it was called the method moving stopping, in Thai, Ting Ning. One would put the hands on the knees, turn up the hand and think or inwardly recite, moving, Ting, and when a movement would come to an end, stopping, Ning, Ting, Ning, Ting, Ning. They would use it like a mantra, a word to keep reciting mentally. This is not direct, it's not straight. There are still these words that obstruct the immediate experience of the movements. Luangpor Teean developed this method by not having any recitation, just feeling directly, being aware without using words, just feeling. Doing it like this, one knows. The characteristic of feeling is to know specifically, but it is not a poking kind of knowing. One knows. Luangpor demonstrates it at the same time, know like this, don't fix on things. Some people know in a concentrated way, they concentrate and follow the movements, this makes awareness into something with a time span, whereas awareness should be momentary, moment by moment by moment. Doing it like that, it becomes into a practice in tranquility meditation, which it should not be. That may well make one feel uncomfortable and discontented, or stiff in the chest area, sleepy or all tense. To know directly is to know in a cheerful and clear way. Knowing. In one sequence of movements one knows 14 times. This is pure knowing. Don't let there be any separation, let the quality of knowing really contact the body. Let them really come into contact with each other. When one knows in this way, one will become skilled for sure. When there is experience, for example our hand often comes into contact with something, we are bound to become skilled. I used to be a little bit of an artist as a musician. It is an art in itself to contact with one's fingers the holes of a flute or the hammer of a xylophone. The fingers contact the holes of the flute and the most melodious sound is brought out. But when we push too hard it is a kind of concentration and the sound will not be as good. If we go and count the holes in the flute we can't play well, because the finger movements have to be just right in order to produce the right tone. Being aware and contacting the body directly and straightly, is an art. There is no need for reasoning, know in a pure way. Know in a sober and clear way. When you really make contact with the feeling it is an art, you will be skilled in it, and you will know crystal clear. To really contact and feel the body is not just ordinary knowing, it is development in itself. We might compare it to having a livelihood. When we're not doing it right we waste a lot of energy. When we know the movements through reasoning, through concentrating or by forcing ourselves, then we waste lots of energy. Some people put forth effort, doing both the formal practice of sitting and walking meditation, and their faces go all sour, they're all tensed up, that's too heavy. When we do it in the right way it is not heavy, rather, it is light, comfortable, and we feel cheerful. Doing it like that, one tends to forget the time. But some people force themselves too much. That's neither straight nor direct. Awareness is happiness and justness from the beginning. It sorts things out for us by itself, and it makes one feel and recollect clearly, step by step. Be in the middle, watch inside as well as outside, don't go in, don't go out. When I was a kid, I used to go with my mother to plant melons and beans. When the rains would start and my mother would plant the seeds, she used to say, "If people eat it, it is merit; if birds eat it, it's a gift; if birds eat it, it is merit; if people eat it, it's a gift." This attitude makes one feel at ease. But without this attitude, we may do things thinking this way and that about making a profit or making a loss. This is wasting energy. Sometimes we even count the days. I've practiced so many days already, and I still don't have any knowledge. Some people do know, it's so easy for them. One gets bogged down in thought like this and one cooks things up. The result is that it is our thinking, our delusion, that is practicing Dhamma. We practice but we still get deluded. We know and then we don't know, we stay with the knowing and then we are without the knowing, we're doing it wrong and then we do it right. When one is caught up in thought, how is one going to see thought? It is like being inside a cave. When I first started to practice, Luangpor Teean told me to go inside my hut and said, "Close the door." "It's closed, Luangpor." He asked, "Do you see outside?" "I don't." "What do you do in order to see inside as well as outside?" "Open the door, Luangpor." "All right, open the door." I opened the door and stood in the middle of the entrance. Luangpor Teean asked, "Do you see outside?" I said yes. "Do you see inside?" Yes. "This is the way to do it like this." Having said that, he disappeared. What does it mean? It means to know directly. Don't be caught up in thought, don't go for it, don't be it. Don't be the one who is wrong or right, the one who gets or doesn't get. If it is like that, it's like there is a screen preventing us from seeing. There is no directness, no straightness. There is no openness and nothing is revealed. Just awareness, not wanting, not being. Try it out, knowing directly. Take one step at a time. Know directly, don't figure out what is right and wrong, don't go for attaining and not attaining. There is nothing to attain, there is nothing to not attain. There is nothing right and there is nothing wrong. If there is just pure awareness, there is no right and wrong, there is no knowing, and there is no not knowing, there is only just pure awareness. Give awareness the full opportunity. Just as with planting rice, if we don't plant it well, it won't come up. It's the same with chilies, eggplants, and fruits, they need to be planted properly. But if we know how to plant these things, it will be just right and there will be a balance, the roots will sprout and the plants will establish themselves. If we plant them in the wrong way, the roots won't flourish and they may break, the wind blows and they shake about. We have to keep replanting them, and the end result is that they don't grow well. Try it out. I'm teaching you, so that you will practice. I'm not talking just to give you information. We have come here and so we must try and practice. Practice directly and straightly. At one time I returned from Singapore, and I stopped over at Hat Yai, south of Thailand. Somebody brought a Westerner to see me. This Westerner said in a straightforward way, "There is no need to teach me anything, just tell me what to do. I know many things already, so it's better to tell me what to do rather than to teach me things." What do you think of that? I feel that that is very good. So I told him how to start. Kamma means action. It means to feel. Do you know the movement of turning up the hand? Do you know the movement of raising the arm? No, no, and no. I had him practice like this for half an hour, and after that I showed him how to do walking meditation. Know every step that you walk. Whenever he took a step, I knocked him with my hand on his arm. no like this, no like this. Knowing, knowing, feeling. I had him walk for half an hour and then called him over, and let him do the rhythmic meditation in the sitting position again. He got into contact with sati, with awareness of the body. I asked him, just now, you were aware of the body, did your mind think of other things? No. One is right here, one knows right here. Have you ever known like this for a long time, let's say for a whole day? Never. What about 1 hour? No, never. He just learned about this now. This is how I taught. This point is the point that we, as Thai Buddhists, are lacking in. We are not lacking at other points, it is this point. This is the point where Buddhism comes into being. The Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha arise right here, that is to say their qualities. We have to give rise to them right here, this is their birthplace, the birthplace of the state of being Buddha that knows, that goes in and knows. Don't destroy this state. And so we have opportunities, we have places such as this one, it is not as if we practice because it is the fashion. We don't advertise that we do anything else. To perform rites and rituals, make merit and offerings and so on is not the right way. To do it right in line with real awareness one has to practice like this. We have to spur each other on to practice, to live like this. The activities of Buddhism have to start off with this method, we can't deny it. We need places and the environment, and we have to persuade each other to come and practice like this. In the mornings and evenings, there are Dhamma talks as well as practice, this gives good encouragement. And so we come together to practice in this style. What I'm saying now is not for memory, it is for practice. Putting it into practice in our bodies and minds, coming into contact with ourselves. When I use the word sati, we know, we feel it at the same time that we hear it. The things I talk about exist in us, they are there, in all of us. The more I talk, the more we see ourselves. What do we see? We see what I'm talking about. For example, feeling, we all feel, even when we don't do anything in particular. When we are skilled we don't necessarily have to make movements with the hands and arms, we just sit there. Feelings are there already, the blinking of the eyes can be felt, breathing can be felt. The quality of knowing that knows the blinking of the eyes, is feeling, it is sati. The quality of knowing that knows breathing, is feeling, is sati. Even when we don't do anything special, there is awareness, no matter where we are, even when we just sit there, there is awareness. Spiritual friends, inner sages, the paths and fruits of practice. May the words I speak be your spiritual friend, Kalyana Mitta, awareness is our spiritual friend. Associate with these things, associate with the sages, I don't mean to associate with this or that person, that is good also, those are the external sages, but the real sage is within, awareness. Try to associate with awareness for 7 days. To know directly and straightly is called, associating with the sages. Do you see that? When the Buddha expounded the first discourse, Dhammajjokhappavatthana Sutta, to the group of 5 disciples, the Brahmin Gondhanyo, opened his Dhamma eye, reached the first stage of enlightenment. He was the first monk disciple of the Buddha. A few days later, the other 4, Vappa, Padya, Mahanama and Asachi, also opened their eyes. The Buddha pointed to and talked about, the 2 extreme modes of practicing which should not be followed through, Gamesu Gama Sukali Kanu Yogo, and Athahiki Lamatanu Yogo. The path is the middle way, the path for the mind to walk, the path of the mind is called, Magga. Magga or the path, is this awareness. Awareness or the quality of watching, of seeing, of knowing, is called the path. Whoever is always aware is walking the spiritual path. The path is a vehicle, it is as if one rides in a vehicle that leads one onwards. As the Buddha mentioned the path, Gondhanyo was practicing in awareness. Finally, the Buddha presented the Anathalakkana Sutta, the discourse on the characteristic of not-self, as follows. Is form permanent? Answer, no, it isn't. Does something that is impermanent have value or not? It doesn't. Should something that is qualityless be clung to, as a self or oneself? Obviously not. This way of teaching by the Buddha, by inquiring, is not telling people, rather, people see for themselves. This is teaching in order to see. In actual fact, one teaches oneself. Another person can teach one to know, but in order to be, one has to teach oneself. Can you do it now? Do you have awareness within your body yet? Try again. When walking, feel it, feel it. Sometimes thoughts come up. What do you do when that happens? Well, be aware. Be aware. Focus. Know the body, as it is moving. When there is awareness, are there still thoughts coming up? Can you solve the problem this way? Can you change thoughts into awareness? You can. As soon as awareness arises, the thoughts stop. So, know the movements of the body well. A thought comes up one time and one knows the body one time. This knowing is the right way to teach oneself. Teach yourself often. The more thoughts the better. But some people are interested whether the thoughts are right or wrong. They think that thinking is wrong. On thinking, see the thought, there is no right or wrong, there is just seeing, seeing thought, knowing thought. As soon as one feels that there is a thought, everything comes to an end. On seeing thought, skill arises. The state of seeing thought, seeing it often, is an art. It is like seeing somebody's face. When you see somebody for the first time, you might forget again, but when you see somebody many times you become familiar. This not just ordinary knowing, you know his or her character, what kind of person this is, whether you should connect with him or her or not. Some people see thought, and think that it is wrong. When a thought pops up, it's wrong. This is wrong understanding. That's not right. This is similar to that time, that I was up at the monastery on top of the hill at Bohome village, Luangpor Teean's village, in my early days of practice. Luangpor Teean wanted me to stay there at that time. There were many people practicing. I was doing walking meditation with another monk. He was lower than me because it was a hill. When he got tired he sat down, and then I heard these strange slapping noises, pat, pat. He slapped his own head with his slippers. I walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" He said, "The mind thinks all the time, I don't know why, it's crazy." This is not seeing thought anymore, he got caught up in it for sure. He was punishing himself for it. Doing it like this is to go in the wrong direction. It is like planting rice and pulling it out again, they won't take root, there won't be results. Therefore, when thought arises, don't consider it to be good or bad, just see it directly. Thought is useful, we'll get to see it. There is nothing wrong with it. Thought arises, that's good, we'll see it and be aware of it. Knowing it in a cheerful way. On seeing happiness you go, on seeing suffering, heat, cold, This is Vipassana, insight, in small ways. This is being a meditator. If you are the one who is right or the one who is wrong, then you have taken birth and you are caught up, you are still deluded. There is no knowing. This quality of knowing is completely neutral. It can be applied to anything, it is absolutely fair and can be used with everything. We're not looking for faults, I don't like wrong, I like what is right, I like knowing, I don't like not knowing, it is not like this. If it's like that, the quality of knowing will not prosper, it gets cut and divided up, it gets separated all the time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Have you realized this? When you know, are you satisfied, and when you don't know, do you feel sad? When it's wrong you feel ill at ease, and when it's right you feel good. In the past, I've asked people, having short interviews with them at Sukato Forest Monastery. A lot of people used to come to practice. I asked a girl how things were going. She said, "Today it was a real hassle, I don't know what I was thinking, I was all tense. It wasn't like yesterday. Today I was really in a mess." I said to her, "This is not the way that a meditator talks, try saying it another way." She thought for a while and then said, "Today I saw the mind thinking, I saw it being tense." That's the way to talk. In the first version she was caught up, but in the latter she saw it, she became smart. The words I am, are no good, the words I see, are fine. Do you understand? What is it like for us here? Being or seeing? This is the point of separation. Insight, Vipassana, does the separating, at this point. Things are melting, being digested, dissolving into emptiness. Until there is no self. The way to arrive at the path and fruits of practice, is by this way. This exists within us. It shows us the way. The path is sure, the path is to watch, to see. The things that arise with the body or the mind, they arise so that we can watch and see. Do you see? Especially in the mind, there are lots of things that come up for us to look at. Has there been any gladness these last few days? Did you see it? Have you ever seen happiness? Have you ever seen suffering? These things come up for us to see them. What about satisfaction? Have you seen it? Dissatisfaction. This is the path. If one sees, then there is the path. The middle way. The way to get to the path and the fruits of practice is right here. At the point of seeing and not being caught up. Things arise in order for us to see. Some people may experience tension, do you see tension? Some people may experience dullness, do you see dullness? Others may see thought. Do you see it? One cannot grasp hold of the mind, there is just seeing and seeing. Develop this state of watching and seeing a lot. Develop the quality of seeing a lot. See the body moving, see the raising of the arm, see the lowering of the arm. Know and see. Knowing and seeing. When things arise that we don't want, things that we didn't intend, see that also. For example, thought, we didn't ask for it, it just arose. When we see thought, thought comes to an end. When we fix our awareness, the quality of knowing does not fail, as we might think. It is good to have thoughts arising. This way we get to see them, see the mind thinking. Sometimes many things come up, happiness, for example, and one is smiling inwardly. Don't grasp it, don't be it. Establish yourself on the specific characteristic of a meditator, watching, seeing, and not being. This is not wrong, and this way you won't waste time. But some people get caught up and waste lots of time. They get caught in joy, calmness, visions, defilements due to insight, analytical knowledge, and all sorts of things. They fall in the well of knowledge, and know this and that. One wastes lots of time this way. There is no need to know all that but see it. It is like coming here by car from another province, on arriving here there is no need to teach about the things, that one has seen as one passed through. But some people will stop and rest when they get to a nice shady tree, others get sunburned. They get caught up and grasp onto the states that they come across. Just pass through. Don't want anything. Some people want this and that, right and wrong. This is desire, I want. This is not right. Especially when it comes to the mind, one cannot grasp hold of it, there is just seeing and seeing. When there is real suffering, the Dhamma becomes valuable. Maybe some people don't understand. Never mind. I'll just talk anyway. When you're in a bad way, you may search for it, and it may be useful at that time. Yesterday I talked with Luangpor Teean. He said, with what I'm saying I'm not giving people knowledge now, that may not be possible, but in another 20 to 30 years from now, people may come to realize it, or when they are down and out, because they have heard these teachings, they may look for a way out and practice until they know. For example, I say, don't be caught up, watch. Maybe, when we bear great hardship, we suffer and it hurts a lot, that we recollect what I said, watch it. And then we watch. The state of watching will probably help to solve the problem. When we come into contact with the state of watching, we might be released and liberated from that condition. We may be able to let go and put things down. At present, there may still be plenty of excitement for things, maybe we want this and that, there is no suffering yet. But when suffering arises, Dhamma will be valuable. So I'll talk just in case, so that you may hear it. But actually it is not beyond us to practice, and that is why we meditate. Intention is what classifies beings. Let's start from here. We watch the body, really feel and make contact with it. Sometimes, as we're watching the body, something comes to interfere and it makes us lose it, it incites delusion. Thought, for example, or drowsiness, and the various hindrances. 5 hindrances are listed by the Buddha, namely sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, and doubt and uncertainty as the last. It is our chance to see them, to see that which is wrong and that which is right. See both right and wrong. This is called having arrived on the path. The things that make us deluded, such as the hindrances and proliferating thoughts, will be seen by us. But some people go and get caught up in them. These things are not without value, they teach us valuable lessons when we get deluded. But some people judge delusion, considering it to be wrong. This is a cause for failure in practice. It is not like that. When there is delusion we give rise to knowing, this is a valuable lesson. In this way we get experience, the moment delusion is there once, we have one valuable experience. When many thoughts arise that induce delusion, or sleepiness, we know, and we relate to these things in the right way. These things then have value for us. It is like learning at school, the teacher teaches when the children make a mistake. He or she teaches how to write the letter A. When a child writes an E, the teacher sees that it is wrong and corrects it. This way the children learn to correct their mistakes at the time that they make them. This is valuable. But if a child makes a mistake and the teacher doesn't teach, it is bad fortune for that child. We are the same, when there is something wrong, and we are the one who is wrong, this is our misfortune. But when something is wrong and we see it, and we solve the problem, this is our good fortune. Mistakes are teachers. But what someone else says is wrong is another thing. As we practice here, we know our own mistakes. Whenever we see something wrong, we change it into right. When we see suffering, we change it into no suffering. When we see anger, we change it into non-anger. This is up to us. Others can't help us with it. Others do not see the thoughts in our minds. But we can see it. Other people don't see the anger, desire, delusion, defilements, craving, lust, and torpor in our minds, we have to see it ourselves. We might see these things in other people a little bit, from external expressions, but there is nothing we can do about it. But when we see these things in ourselves we can solve it. Try it out. Don't think you are powerless. As soon as sleepiness comes up, one yawns and drops off to sleep. This is called falling for it. If you get easily sleepy, then find some way to do something about it, don't just give in to it. Fight it a bit. Try looking up to the sky or the top of a tree, look around you, look far away in the distance. Imagine it is daytime, that's not the time to lie down. This is the time to practice, nighttime is the time to lie down. If it doesn't disappear, then get up and wash your face or take a shower, fight it a bit. Don't sit there nodding about. If that is the case, you've really lost it. We have to be awake. Open your eyes, fully, and be aware. You can do it. It can be changed, it can be solved. Meditation means to do good a lot. The words hapathipati in Pali language, and hapatthibut in Thai, mean to practice. The prefix, hpatha, means to come back, to return or to solve. It is not a matter of doing sitting and walking meditation all day long, but never solving the problems. One thinks for an hour or two while practicing, that is not putting forth effort. It is laziness. A practitioner is one who changes wrong into right, delusion into non-delusion. Whenever there is delusion, change it immediately, this is useful. When something is wrong, change it, know it immediately, practice. To practice is to change. Meditation means to do good a lot, make that which is harmful into something good. This is called meditation. What is goodness? Awareness that we're training ourselves in is goodness. Perform this kind of goodness and do it a lot. Recitation is to keep a certain word in the mind, for example, Buddho, Sama Arahant, etc. In the past, I learned verses. I had to recite in order to become invulnerable. That is recitation. Sometimes we use the wrong word, we may call the recitation of the word Buddho meditation. It is not. It is recitation. As for the word meditation, it means to cut off, to just be aware, to feel movements with sati. Now is the time to practice, I've already explained how. Know what arises, don't know at any other place. In the beginning of the training, know at the body, not anywhere else. Take the body as the sign. Consider the body as the material or tool to produce awareness. The body is part of nature. When one sees the body, one has to see the mind too. A person consists of a body and a mind, and so this is what we learn from. These are our scriptures. The path, the fruits of practice and nibbana are right here. The hell realm, the hungry ghosts, and the thick-headed demons, are to be found right here. Realize this. Don't be fooled by things. Don't let the body or mind fool you. This mind can be developed to the end, until there is no more suffering. To be aware is to study. Awareness or sati will become skilled in the ways of the body and mind. It is right here where you will finish your studies. Students study at various institutes, when they finish they have what you call a PhD. But awareness is the real study. The word study means to integrate. One sees sila, samadhi, and jnana. It is awareness that studies the body and the mind, until it is skilled. It could be called full knowledge, pariññā. As I said this morning, there are three kinds of full knowledge. 1. Yatha pariññā, full knowledge by way of recognition. 2. Dhyana pariññā, full knowledge by way of clarification. This is rupa, this is nama, this is suffering of rupa, of nama, this is disease of rupa, of nama, this is convention, constitution, and ultimate meaning. 3. Upahana pariññā, full knowledge by way of abandoning. Some things in the mind can be absolutely abandoned, completely changed. The mind can be developed, don't think it is a hopeless job. As I said before, someone who is angry is at the end of one's rope. If not, then there is no problem, just normal. The state of watching is normality. Normality is the spiritual inheritance. Complete normality, until there are no more changes. Until it is stable. Attain to this state. You have the right to. The thing that leads one to normality is the state of watching, watching and seeing, and having seen not being caught up. The mind returns more and more to normal, it becomes pure. The pure mind does not get concocted. This is the spiritual life. The spiritual life doesn't mean a shaven head and yellow robes. The living of the spiritual life is this. Awareness. Knowing a lot, knowing often, being aware often, and the mind will gradually get purified. When the mind is pure, and stealthy thoughts come up, it doesn't want them, they are wrong. When anger arises, it doesn't want it even more, it is wrong. Restlessness, defilement, and worry, that's not it. That's not normality. The mind is like that, if it is not right, it doesn't want it. The mind sees and solves, it sees and doesn't want. But some people don't know, they'll take on everything. They go for happiness, delusion, like and dislike. They get caught up in all things. This one mind can be caught up in thousands of things. Then there is no freedom. No spiritual life. No purity. No normality. This way of practicing of us has definitely not changed for over 2,500 years, it still stands up to verification, it is a science because it stands up to verification. The religion that will lead the world is Buddhism. These days, scientists say that the religion that will lead the world is Buddhism. Women will lead society, men will be followers. Buddhism will be the leading religion. Especially this method of using movements through the rhythmic meditation, is very popular with educated people everywhere, both in Thailand and abroad. The reason for this is that it can be experienced, it is because we teach people what is true. Try it, raise your arm, do you feel it? This method of knowing challenges people, it can be proven, there are results. It is not limited to sex, age or nationality. It can be used and contacted by all. This is the most universal method. It is our good fortune, that 30 years ago it was Luangpor Teean who set the fashion. It is most appropriate to every sex and age group. As Luangpor Teean used to say, don't take age to be an obstacle, awareness is the same for all. Therefore, I say that it is appropriate, that it is universal. It is not important whether one is male or female, whether one is educated or not. Just be aware, that's all there is to it. Nowadays it is getting popular. I have taught in many countries, I let people test it out. And everyone accepts it. It is real. It is a science. The body and the mind really exist, Sati really exists. When awareness comes in to know the body and mind, then all things are stopped or tamed. This is the result of being aware of the body and mind. This is the most complete development of life, all suffering disappears, one gains good health and even the economy becomes better. Jump when you fall of the ladder. Before I came here, I gave a talk at Mukdahan province. I talked about the same thing. I'm not boasting, but since I've been practicing I hardly ever get sick, my health is really excellent. That is because of the development of life and I'm looking after it. The Dhamma will protect one. The Dhamma inevitably looks after the practitioner. So don't doubt. We try to be aware, there is no beginning and ending, as with this retreat that started on January 20, 1996 and ends on January 28, 1996. Try to understand, experience awareness, and when you go back home, watch. Watch yourself while sweeping up, washing clothes and doing the dishes. Prepare yourself, it may be useful. Jump when you fall of the ladder. This is a simile for dying. This may turn into an art. Now, we're not falling of the ladder yet, we're not using this knowledge yet. But it is good to know about it now. Maybe when the time comes, we'll use this knowledge so that we don't get our skull cracked. Maybe it will be a kind of sport. Luangpor Teean used to say that it really is like that. Now, we are still alive, the breath still goes in and out. But when the time really draws near, this knowledge may be our close friend. Luangpor Teean said that, even though we don't have realization now as we practice, but about 10 to 20 minutes before we die, we may get it, it may be useful. During the Rains retreat last year, my uncle died. Before he died I went over for a chat. He was a Dhamma practitioner, he practiced up to the final stage. He said that now he was fine, he could control everything. Whatever I asked him he could answer. But if you're not in control, then don't be downhearted. Don't cry and don't think of other things. The present it right here. It is here, where one is not caught up in anything. One is watching things. But if you don't have control you may be dumbfounded. Whatever arises is an object. Children, don't be alarmed, just watch it. Right now, Father is watching it. There is nobody who is born, nobody who gets old, nobody who is sick, and nobody who dies. This is investigation, it is safe, there is just seeing. But some people are not like this. I told you before about this grandma, who had been fishing all her life. Her children held her hands, but she struggled to get free, because she was delirious and imagined that she was torturing fish. This is a hungry ghost or a hell being. What a pity to be born as a human being, and waste your life like this. Proving the facts. Where have we been these last 5-6 days? Some people may have been with their children, some people may have been angry with this or that person. Don't go out. Stay right here. Stay with the movements of the hands. Watch out, you'll become delirious. Prepare yourself like this. When the time comes, there should be peace. Consciousness, they call it. Now, we are still stuck, but we know. It goes out, come and stay right here. This will give rise to skill. You get stuck and you know. This is the state that is not born, doesn't age, isn't painful, and doesn't die. It is not a place or a house somewhere. It all starts off with awareness, it leads us to safety. And in the end it leads us to the paths and fruits of practice. Every moment of awareness is a step. The mind goes out and we feel. Know a lot, enter into things with the quality of knowing. Both merit as well as virtue and generosity, and even liberation are to be found at this point. Awareness has already cut off a number of things. When we are aware we pass through evil, through revenge, there is no enmity, there is no ill will, there is no love and no hate. Do you see that awareness leaves these things behind? Awareness knows, and knows. It is the end of revenge, the end of danger, it is beyond everything. Is this real or not? This is genuine, this is real. Don't let anyone fool you. These days we get fooled a lot. Some people threaten us with hell and fool us with heaven. This is all external stuff. Try this out and prove it. Don't believe me, everybody should prove it for oneself. Make contact with awareness and prove the facts for yourself. I'm talking about the possibility, I'm your spiritual friend. Whether what I'm saying is right or wrong, you have to see for yourself. Practice today, do the rhythmic meditation. Be devoted to just this, with your whole heart. Do it fully. Whether you do walking meditation or do the rhythmic meditation, sitting under a tree, try to arouse awareness. Little knowing will turn into knowing more. This is our inheritance, our noble treasure. Build it up, you're still alive. Don't wait until you're dead, build it up now. Alright, what I've said comes from the way it is, it's not coming from memory. The things that I've been talking about, exist in everybody who is sitting here. With good intentions towards all beings that are determined, may all good qualities and the goodness that we have performed, be the power that will support and send you to the realization of the way it is, which is safety and immortality, no birth, aging, sickness, and death. 2 Dhamma fragments. A. Instructions. B. The straight way. Instructions, given at Buddha Mandala. The formal practice is really a formula in itself. One lifts up one's hand and one really knows. Raising the hand, one knows, lowering the hand, one knows, moving the head, one knows. No need to ask anyone. It is to be experienced for oneself in the moment. We know and see ourselves. We don't have to wait for even a split second. Turn up the hand and know, raise the arm and know, it is immediate. This is the real thing. What is real has to be verifiable, it is not a mind-made image. Don't go and think that it should be like this or that, just try it out and really experience it. Be aware. If you make the movements just right, one movement takes about 1 second. So in 14 seconds you complete one cycle of 14 movements, that is knowing 14 times. An hour is 3,600 seconds, if we know every time, then that is 3,600 moments of awareness, using the form of the rhythmic meditation. That's a lot. When there is knowing, there is no delusion. Suppose we stay with awareness for 2 whole days, or as the Buddha said, whoever has sati with the body and mind continuously, for either 1 to 7 days, 1 to 7 months or 1 to 7 years, will get one of 2 results, of which the highest is the attainment of arahantship, one who is far from enemies, impurities, one is a noble one, life is smooth, there is no danger. The Buddha challenged us with this. This is where we as Buddhists are lacking. Not anywhere else. Look at this park, Buddha Mandala, everything is huge. Thailand is a Buddhist country and all building projects get constructed. Except for awareness. Being with the body and the mind, there is not much of that yet. And so we're working on this. What happens when we are aware of the movements of the body and the thoughts in the mind? Try out to experience awareness. Steep the body and the mind in awareness, what will happen? Be aware for 10 minutes, 20, 30, an hour. Anybody who knows for an hour or 2 will know the difference between knowing and delusion. We will be able to make a choice, the mind will choose and take what is right. Delusion is not right. Awareness is right. The body can look after itself, when it is hot we take a shower, when it is cold we put on more clothes, when it is hungry we find something to eat, when it is tired we take a rest or a sleep. But the mind doesn't look after itself, unless it has been trained. It takes on suffering, it goes for anger, love, hate, like, dislike and so on. Sometimes it wants suffering and delusion. Some people go and buy delusion, they look for things to indulge in. They cannot remain still. Some people have never trained themselves. But when we train in awareness we can come into contact with it. Then we will be able to sort things out. We will side with awareness. But when we have never trained we don't know how to do that, and the mind will jump all over the place. If we train in awareness for 1 day or 2 days, the mind will come to look for awareness, because awareness is just. Delusion is not. Anger and suffering definitely are not just. We will know what to choose. The mind will choose what is right and safe. Now, when we don't train we don't have this ability, we can't do it and we don't know. Everybody has knowledge, has finished studies and is capable of making a living, but the mind hasn't yet come into contact with the justness of life. We know what is right and wrong according to reasoning, for example we know that anger and suffering are not good, we know that but we still get angry, even though we know that it is not good. That kind of knowledge is not good enough. One has to experience things. Reasoning is still convention, it is still not right. Sometimes people kill each other because of reasoning. But in practicing Dhamma, we experience things, we steep ourselves in awareness, we don't use reasoning, it is beyond reasoning, it is ultimate, reasoning is still convention that is dependent on conditions. But ultimate reality is not reasoning, rather, it is a clear and evident experience. Seeing anger and non-anger has nothing to do with reasoning. Anger is not right. Non-anger is right. When we have experience we know that delusion is not right, and that non-delusion is right. When we have experience we don't have to ask anybody. There are no questions in reality, there is nothing to ask, there are only answers and one has to answer oneself, not somebody else. This is ultimate reality, the truth. And so, we are practicing with this. We've tried it out for 3, 4 days already. Testing and proving it. We use the body and the mind for this. What's going on there? You shouldn't think and see before you actually see, be right or wrong before you're actually right or wrong. Sometimes we turn to thought to find an answer, it may not be right. It all depends on how we think, we can all think according to reason, but thought does not last. Really meeting with knowing and delusion is not thought. As soon as delusion arises we are aware. That's not reasoning, one dives into it. Whenever there is anger, be aware and anger will disappear. That's it. Our minds rise higher and become more pure, there is more experience, more lessons. We don't have to ask each other what is real. Experience and try it out yourself, dive into it. Soak the body and mind in awareness. Try and add awareness to the body. We have a form of practice, using intention. Everybody, put your hands on your knees. Try. Who is the one who knows where the hands are? Are you absolutely sure that the hands are on the knees? Suppose I tell you that your hands are behind you, do you believe me? Yes or no? No. Why not? Because you see and know. Who is the one who sees? Do you see it yourself or is somebody else seeing it for you? What is it that sees that the hands are on the knees? The eyes. Close your eyes, do you still see that the hands are on the knees? So it is not the eyes. That which knows that the hands are on the knees is called sati. The word satipatthana means the foundation or establishment of awareness. Establish the hands on the knees and be aware of them. Turn up the right hand. This is not the same as when it was still flat on the knee, is it? Are you sure? Raise the arm up a bit. Don't tense up or concentrate. Do it lightly and know. Now move your right hand to your abdomen. Then turn up your left hand. Raise the arm. Now put your left hand on top of your right. Do you feel what's going on? Where are your hands? You know. Slide the right hand up to the chest. You know. Move it out to the side. You know, don't you? Come down to the knee with the hand on its side. Then turn it over. Do it at ease, smiling inwardly. Don't say it is difficult. Move your left hand up a bit. No. Move it to the side. No. Lower it to the knee. No as it comes down. No as you turn it over. Each time there is awareness. If we would count we would get 14 times, 14 movements, 14 moments of awareness. Make it into a rhythm but don't count. No, no, no. No each second. Don't do it too slow. When you lose it, come back. Feel the hands. Don't lose it, don't concentrate, don't count. Know each time, as separate movements. This kind of knowing is not a continuous state, that would be tranquility meditation, and one won't see thought because it doesn't arise. But this kind of knowing is just knowing for a moment, from moment to moment. We are not afraid of thought, we'll get to see whatever arises and we'll return to awareness. Awareness is not thought, it is an experience. It is not memory. Even though the mind thinks at times, we know. Whenever thoughts arise that we didn't intend to think, thoughts that arise by themselves, don't follow those thoughts. Come back to the body, the hands, the mind goes off over there but we return to the movements. Don't lose yourself in thought, when you do, or you lose yourself in painful feelings or tiredness, then try to come back to the movements. The meaning of practice is to come back. Find a point to establish awareness. It may slip off again and again but we come back again and again. It gets better and better. It is like a baby trying to stand, as soon as they fall over, they will try again. They fall again and they try again. This makes babies firm, training in walking and sitting makes them strong. Don't help them, let them get up by themselves. Tell them, get up, get up. Don't go and help them. We are the same, when we lose it we come back. Come back to the place to establish awareness, we have 14 such places. Keep doing that. It's only ordinary, that someone who has a job to do has some obstacles. People who work have aches, pains, tiredness and sweating but they keep on working. Or farmers who are out in the sun, they have to continue planting rice, no matter what. Developing awareness is the same, sometimes we have aches and we're tired, but don't let that stop you from making effort. Just know it and come back. Some people work at an office for hours on end, they had to train in that also. When aches arise, one has to adjust oneself. Don't let those feelings have power. Don't let them stop you practicing. To see them and to come back is to build up patience and strength in itself. It is to accumulate experiences and lessons. Sometimes we may get sleepy. Try to wake yourself up. Stir up awakeness. Whatever method works, there is no fixed way. You might get up and walk, you might look up in the sky, you might rub your face with your hands or wash your face. Don't give in to the extent that you just forget about awareness. It is good to train with this. Sleepiness will teach us. Delusion and suffering will teach us. Whatever arises we use for training in awareness. Sleepiness, aches, delusion and thoughts, all are objects for awareness. They are all teaching us. We get plenty of teachings, because awareness is that which solves the problems of body and mind. Awareness is truth. It relates to the body and mind differently than, for example, medicine. For a specific disease such as a stomachache, one has to use a specific medicine. Awareness can be applied to all affairs of body and mind. Sleepiness, delusion, and thought make us aware. Developing awareness is really extremely convenient. Everything is an opportunity to know. Blinking the eyes and breathing can be known. Apart from the formal rhythmic meditation, you can train with this and with that. Sometimes too much formal practice can make one weary. We should change the posture then. Adjust yourself a bit. If we have been in the same posture for too long, we should make some change. Start anew. Make awareness prominent. A movie maker doesn't stay with one scene for too long. If sitting for a long time makes you sleepy, then get up and walk, so that the quality of knowing becomes clear. Don't let sleepiness and delusion become clear. Keep adjusting. Do it a lot and awareness will become distinct and big. It has power now, it is easy to know. When we can't do it yet, it is easy to be fooled. When delusion is mighty, it is a burden, and so we try to train anew, and make awareness precise and clear. Don't just go through the movements of the rhythmic meditation, do it with awareness. If you're not aware, then don't make movements. Do it slowly, be attentive. Jack up your heart, make it firm. No, no. Really no, don't just go through the motions. This will make you familiar and it will be easy to know. It is possible to understand the Dhamma and have realization fast. To know 50% and be deluded 50%, is not a good way to start off, and drowsiness will be a problem. Some people are habitual nodders. You must be awake. Be aware and smile inwardly. Be at ease, set your face, your body, and your heart at ease, don't think that it is difficult. Make yourself comfortable in practicing. We don't focus on what is right and what is wrong. Whatever happens is all right, never mind. A bit of delusion? Never mind. Enjoy yourself. Being overly careful makes the mind heavy, and then it's easy to become dull. But if you practice in a carefree way, it is fun to know. The straight way. May all of you be attentive and intentionally build up awareness, by using movements. Try it out, test it out, experience it. If we are aware of movements for a long time, awareness will abandon that which is no good. To be aware is to do that which is wholesome, and when there is awareness, the mind will gradually become clean, peaceful, and pure. The mind will be like a still lake without the wind blowing. The mind doesn't ripple, there are few objects of mind because of awareness. Awareness is what cleans them up and brings about a natural balance in the mind. Sati is awareness, it is nature, it is your friend. It makes the mind normal. When the mind is normal, it thinks only little. Because awareness makes it feel the present all the time. When there is awareness, the mind is pure. The purity of mind is what normality is. When the mind is normal, it is like still water. One can see fish in water that is still. One can see all sorts of things in the water. We can even see air bubbles of little fish. That is because the water doesn't ripple, we can see everything clearly. We can even see the reflection of our face in the water. Luangpor Teean said that, at the time that he was still practicing, it was as if somebody gave him a push when a thought came up. Oops, what was that? Another thought, and another whoops. Then, he saw it, the mind thinks. It is thought. The reason things happened like this, was because the mind was dwelling in normality. As soon as a thought would come up, that would make a big difference. Thought is something coarse. Before I didn't know that. I thought that the body was gross, but I no longer see it like that. When the mind dwells in a state of normality for 1, 2, or 3 days, the mind is pure, there isn't anything making it dirty. The mind experiences this pure awareness. Before, there would be thoughts and the mind would be soiled by them, there was no knowing at that time. I have been with thought for 20 to 30 years. But when there is good sati, the mind comes into contact with awareness, comes into contact with purity and normality. One could compare it with clean clothes. Or, compare it to being an adult. Before we were children and didn't know right or wrong, didn't know about cleanliness and dirtiness. On seeing mud we would go and play with it. And we didn't feel disgusted. But when one grows up to be an adult, one sees and knows about things. The mature mind, that is, the normal mind, the pure mind, experiences awareness, and on seeing thought, it perceives it as something out of the ordinary, as something gross. Luangpor Teean said, a thought popped up like a sudden flash. When one sees thought clearly, one, automatically, opposes it. One sees it just like seeing air bubbles of fish in the water ripples, because of the bubbles, and we know. Even when it ripples a tiny bit, we still know, because normally the water is still. When your mind is normal, contacts with normality for 3, 4, 5 days. Some people may experience it to some extent. A thought arises and we see it once. A second thought comes and we see it a second time. We see thought. When there is thought, we know. When there is no thought, we know. When we watch, the mind becomes the watcher. We can watch anything. The mind is one, it is supreme. The act of watching goes straight into things. One could say it is people's weak point. One gets hold of that point. One has a point to watch from. When thoughts come, watch. If we just watch and see, that's the end of all the endless proliferation. The state of watching and seeing could be called liberation, it could be called letting go, it could be called sila, samadhi, and panya, insight knowledge, jhana, absorption, or the path. The state of watching is the thing that is most right. It can solve all things that are connected with the body and mind, that are connected with the world that exists in body and mind. It deals with form, sound, smell, taste, as well as the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. The mind thinks, as soon as it thinks we know. The thought disappears. Seeing thought is wisdom. Seeing proliferation and changing it into peace, this is emancipation. Changing conditions, sankhara, into the unconditioned, visankhara. Changing hot into cool, nibbana. It is not difficult to do that, but if you make it difficult, then it is. If you say it's easy, then it is. Some people may experience nibbana, get a taste of it, in little ways. Maybe you'll come in contact with liberation or freedom, or something like that. For example, one day, there might be thoughts arising, proliferation, and as soon as there is awareness, it drops off, it is let go of, it has been put down. You understand it? You realize what it is. Your very thoughts? Don't think that there is something to realize outside of this. Whatever you may meet that is external, that's not it. Don't fool yourself. Don't look for results far away. A wise man looks at what is close by, as a Thai proverb says. Anger, desire, and delusion are over here. Don't depart from awareness, watch things with awareness over here. Now, the mind is alright, it is normal. It won't be long and it thinks again. We watch that. Watch it clearly. Become familiar in watching, and skilled. Be a champ in watching. It is good to see suffering. To see suffering is the most excellent thing. Clearly seeing the suffering of Rupa and Nama. Suffering gives rise to Buddha. If there was no suffering, there would be no Buddha. Don't be the one who is suffering, see it. To see suffering is to be the Buddha, a little Buddha. The Buddha is the one who knows, the awakened one, the joyful one. It doesn't mean a person, rather, it is the quality of knowing, of being awake, that is the Buddha. The state of seeing is a quality, it is the standard of life, it is the path. But the state of being, caught up, is ill fortune, it is bad luck. One can be all things, one can be the one who is hot, cold, hungry, good, not good, or whatever. The state of seeing, on the other hand, is the inheritance of spirituality. In the beginning of the development of awareness, one must do it with intention, intentionally moving the hands and feeling it, feeling it. When you do it a lot, you'll come to love it. If you experience awareness, you'll love it with your whole heart. You feel satisfied and joyful. You feel that you don't want anything else in life. It is right here, fullness of heart is right here. In the beginning some people may not yet be fluent, and not yet see the value. They practice half-heartedly and don't really make contact. But when you make contact with awareness at the hand moving, you will become familiar with awareness. It is not ordinary awareness, when you do it a lot, it turns into responsibility, it is a protecting, it is caring. If we try to experience awareness, love will spring up, we won't be fooled again, we don't want anything else, we are content and we love this method, we are satisfied with it. We were born for this state of awareness. Once we have experience with this method, we are safe, utterly pure, and we don't have problems or suffering. We are diligent to experience awareness, and a whole heap of stuff comes to an end. I'm talking about things that are possible. Everybody can try it out, to build up and experience awareness, and you will come to know the facts for yourself. May you all participate in studying this matter, because I really can't do your practice. Awareness is not something to flatter or extol people with, as some public speakers do concerning merit. I have been speaking on the Dhamma, I haven't spoken about anything else. Dhamma is nature, ordinariness. The things that I have spoken about are things that exist in all of you. I didn't talk about things outside of you. Our duty is to put forth effort and try to develop awareness, being aware of raising the hand. Be aware of the body, as for the mind, don't go and look for it, but when it thinks, then watch and know it. Don't make it into your focus point, just watch thoughts when they arise. At first, try to be aware of the body. Walk and sit. When the mind comes up with a thought, know and don't be caught up in it, see thought. Then, return to awareness of the body. This is the method that I'm teaching you. I speak so you may hear. You are the ones who are listening, reading. Having listened, put it into practice. If this is the way it is, then there is hope for Buddhism. Well, I guess this is enough. I don't talk so much in order for you to remember, I talk in order for you to see clearly. I talk in order for you to go ahead and do it. Answers to some questions and some experiences in training in awareness. Question, talking about not clinging, when somebody who is used to saying whatever he or she likes, gets angry and abuses someone, they let go and feel all right. It seems as if such a person doesn't feel troubled about it. But in fact there is a kind of clinging, isn't there? Luangpor Teean, in such a case, one is completely overwhelmed by defilements, that is not letting go. Rather, the defilements are satisfied, having eaten to their heart's content. Question, but they don't have any suffering, it doesn't make them feel uncomfortable. Luangpor, defilements get to a point where they are full. Swearing at someone makes one feel good, right? Question: sometimes we do things that are not so good, like being angry and reacting in a heavy way, but if we don't think about it we feel alright. Others, who are good people with ideals, usually think about their actions. Is that good or bad? Thinking about one's actions is more suffering than not thinking about them. Luangpor: it is good because one looks after one's virtue. There is still suffering, but one recognizes the difference between one's own and another's goodness and badness. One knows what the results of different actions are, because one reflects on them, stepping into other people's shoes. Then, one should learn to let go and take the experience as a lesson, the good ones as well as the bad ones. Question: I've heard a monk say that a practitioner is like someone who learns to drive a car. At first it's awkward and quite difficult. Luangpor: it's like that. Learning to ride a bicycle is the same. At first it's hard to keep in balance, sometimes you want to make a right turn but instead you make a left. Or you see an obstacle in front of you and you try to avoid it, but you run right into it. It takes a lot of sweating and quite some time, before you find your balance. But what's it like when you've trained yourself? Easy, everything is automatic, no matter where you go you're fluent and skilled. Question: it's really hard to train like that? Isn't it better to not train at all? Luangpor: well, then you can't ride. If we don't train our minds we will be servants of circumstances and desires. This will make one go up and down throughout one's life. Question: what was your experience like when you first set out to practice? Did you have obstacles or was it easy? Luangpor: oh, it was really awkward and difficult. At first, I felt very uncomfortable and fed up. Why do I have to sit here and practice like this? The mind was raising objections like this all the time. But I challenged myself and kept on training. When I had trained myself more and had fixed on awareness more continuously, the mind's arguing began to diminish. There was more awareness and it was more continuous. After that, I found the way. When awareness became awakened, I really found the way. I saw Rupa and Nama. I saw the three characteristics, I saw the states of the body and the mind arising. My life during that period was nourished with joy. The mind didn't wander, there was really clear awareness that was independent. But at first, it was a real hassle, I had to put a lot of effort into it, and I felt uneasy and burdened. Actually, I've trained in the method of using the mantra, Bhudo before. I practiced with that until I was skilled at it. But I still got angry, I couldn't deal with suffering. When I trained in developing awareness it was very hard in the beginning, because there was still opposition in the mind. However, when I continued to make effort and awareness became crystal clear, I got to know that this method is actually not difficult and bears lots of fruit. Afterwards I felt that the method of mantra recitation is much more difficult. Question: how do you mean more difficult? Do you mean that there is more opportunity for the mind to wander off? Luangpor: no. When I trained at Bhudo, I was just beginning. But when I could do it I felt that I was still stuck, I was still besieged with agitation and worry. Later, when I switched to this method it was easier than the recitation method. I'm somebody who likes to train himself, and so I didn't have to force myself a lot. I had confidence in learning from my experiences. Never mind if others don't do it, but I have to be able to train myself, and do what is right. This is how I thought at first, and this spirit backed me up all the way. I once asked Luangpor Teean, since when have you been practicing like this? He said, I was 45 at the time. Myself, I was 30 years old, and so I challenged myself thinking, people's abilities probably don't differ that much. I further asked him, are there any people who have developed awareness with you, and didn't get any insight? Luangpor Teean said, no, there aren't. And so I had confidence and didn't think about it a lot. I determined to put forth effort by being aware through walking meditation, and knowing the postures in a continuous way. I didn't have much time, to sit and ask questions like you have. I didn't use the method of looking for information. Actually, I did have questions, but I used to learn from experiences more. In those days, Luangpor Teean taught to be aware through using the rhythmic meditation. Be aware simply like this. No, like this. He instructed to really do it, and he didn't sit around to explain a lot of questions as you're doing these days. He just presented the method, in order that we go ahead and practice it. Only once in a long time would he drop by to check on you. At one time he asked, "How is it going?" I answered, "Nothing is going, nothing is happening." He disappeared. The next day he came again and advised, "Don't think about this and that, just be aware, fix on awareness. See the movements of the body, do it continuously." He would only say a few words. He came to give me advice for some days. Some days he would come and talk. Some days he would show me things. Sometimes I didn't yet understand his advice, but I determined to continuously put forth effort. I tried to continuously be aware of the postures. Sometimes I would be aware, sometimes I would lose it, alternating from one to the other. It took me a full month to understand the state that Luangpor Teean was talking about. When sati became prominent, awareness was awakened and established. It felt like I had really found the path of life. I wasted a lot of time because I was attached to my old way of practicing. My mind used to be still and peaceful when reciting the word Bhud though. It was cool and comfortable. I was stuck. I thought that that way was better than this way of developing awareness. I remember that many people went to practice with Luangpor Teean, and they would practice intensively for a week or two and got results. But it took me a full month because I had views and opinions. Question: I once trained myself doing walking meditation and rhythmic meditation, but after a while I returned to watching the breath at the same time, because I have trained in anapanasati, awareness of breathing before. Luangpor: sometimes it happens like that. It's ordinary because one has a familiarity from the past. Question: right. As soon as I try to not watch the breath, and concentrate on the hands at every movement, I get a headache. Luangpor: that's no good. Question: is it possible to use the same principles, of developing awareness that Luangpor Teean teaches, with watching the breath? Luangpor: I tried that out and applied it, when I first set out to develop awareness. Having done anapanasati, awareness was not clear, not the same as establishing awareness this way. Awareness of movements of the body in the various postures is very clear. And it is easier to focus on. Sati stands out. One really becomes awake. After the mind has been established and awakened, one is able to acknowledge with continuous awareness both the refined movements of the breath, the movements of the body, in both the coarse and the refined postures, as well as being able to use a mantra in practicing. There is no problem at all. No matter how subtle the breath may be, one sees the movements clearly because one's mind is awakened and is well cultivated, having learned how to focus on and establish awareness. In 1975, I followed Luangpor Teean to Wat Chonla Pertan, near Bangkok. The abbot, Jau Kunpanyananda, entrusted us with the training of all the young monks in meditation. That year Venerable Khemananda, now a lay teacher, spent the rains retreat there too. He also taught meditation, so we divided the task up between us. Venerable Khemananda taught anapanasati, as is taught by his teacher Ajahn Buddhadasa. Luangpor Teean and myself taught the development of awareness using the rhythmic and walking meditation. At that time Venerable Khemananda didn't yet understand Luangpor Teean. After the first month of the rains, 3 newly ordained monks asked to change and come and train to develop awareness with Luangpor Teean. They sneaked away from Venerable Khemananda. Luangpor Teean instructed them. Those 3 monks were very determined, they managed to focus on awareness and make it stand out. This gave rise to joy and confidence, and they invited their friends to give it a try too. Venerable Khemananda got to know about this. He was surprised that the young monks were so serious about developing awareness, and so he came to check it out and ask some questions. In the end, Venerable Khemananda tried Luangpor Teean's method to develop awareness, and was satisfied with the changes that took place in his mind. Since 1975, Venerable Khemananda has been an important teacher, helping to train and teach the cultivation of awareness according to the teachings of Luangpor Teean. He has also helped to spread the teachings, and come to an understanding with scientists and young people, at all sorts of teaching institutions about cultivating one's own mind. As a result, government officials and young students have come to try developing awareness more and more. Question: how can we solve the problem of wanting to follow the breath and watching movements at the same time? I find that this is really hard to do. Luangpor: well, one has to be diligent in aiming for awareness. Make yourself comfortable and try to be aware. You don't need to make all-out efforts or force yourself. When you lose awareness while watching the breath, then let go at first. Never mind if the mind goes off sometimes. On realizing that your mind has wandered off, you come back again to a new moment of awareness, and, so doing, you put down the thought or object that made you lose awareness. Train to bring up awareness. Do it at ease. Don't go and force yourself, wanting things to be like this or that, because the more you force yourself, the more the mind thinks and goes into turmoil. Be aware continuously. When you have awakened awareness, the wandering of the mind will disappear by itself. Question: in watching the movements, do we have to see the various postures at each moment? Luangpor: there is no need to determine to see the various postures. Just train to be more and more aware, and when awareness becomes awakened, this awakeness of the mind will see the various postures more clearly by itself. Question: at first, I tried to watch the movements with every move, in an intensive way. Luangpor: that's not the way to do it. Just train to bring up more awareness, making it more continuous. However you move, let the mind be aware of it, see the process of moving continuously. When your mind starts to think of this and that, or some mood arises, don't get annoyed or try to stop it, don't be interested in what's happening, rather, turn back to being aware, wake up awareness. First, train in establishing awareness. When awareness is awake and established, it will be easy to see thought, and to keep up with the arising moods, not being caught up in them. Awareness will be clear and it will happen by itself. Question: when I first tried, I tried to concentrate in order to not follow or think anything else. Luangpor: don't concentrate, it will give you a headache. Question: from your experience, do you find that focusing on the breath gives good results? Luangpor: there are good results when one does it in the right way. Question: but I doubt whether there will be progress or not. As far as I have practiced, there was peace, but no more than that. I'm still as caught in moods as I was before. Luangpor: peace is samatha, it is just the basic stage. It is a state of mind. In developing awareness, one doesn't get peaceful, not that kind of peace. When awareness is awakened, it turns into Vipassana. It is wisdom knowledge, it sees the body and the mind. The walking meditation and the rhythmic meditation, moving the arms about, is a method, it is an exercise to focus on awareness. We take the movements of the body to be a sign, nimitta, and a base. It is the foundation for waking up sati, and making it continuous. When we have established awareness, we will see what's going on in the body and the mind as it is. Just the awakeness of the mind, the state of having sati sampajanya, that is completely awake, is enough to bring happiness and normality to your life. The result of awakened awareness is wisdom knowledge. This means to see all things as they actually are in reality. The kind of seeing that is important to guide life, to the overcoming of suffering and all kinds of dis-ease and dissatisfaction, is to see thought and views, to see the process of proliferation in oneself. We see this, and we are really faced with suffering. We really see the states, characteristics, and the arising and passing in our minds. It is a seeing through sati sampajanya, that is established and awakened. No matter what state or condition we see, we can abandon it. We abandon things in stages, for example various views and opinions. We really see these things. Question: does this mean that training in anapanasati cannot lead to insight? Luangpor: it can. If we don't wallow in watching the breath until we become peaceful. Train in watching the breath with sati, being aware of it. Whether you're watching the long or the short breath, watch with awareness. Awaken awareness and remember that you focus on the breath in order to arouse sati, and train the mind to have recollection, and awareness that is more awake, not to let yourself follow and be caught up in the passing thoughts and moods. We develop awareness in order to live our lives with awareness. We depend on awareness and awakeness to work with the mind. To see thought, to see one's various views and opinions. We see it so that we can diminish them, abandon them, let go of thoughts, and put down various moods that we used to be deluded by. And so we must be careful that we don't train the mind for any other purpose. Question: there is a book of Ajahn Buddhadasa, which teaches not to train in anapanasati just to make the mind peaceful, but in order to see rupa nama and the three characteristics. Luangpor: right. He teaches to reflect on the three characteristics and see one's mind, to see what's happening in one's life. He doesn't teach people to get stuck in peacefulness. Peace and coolness are very delicious, I have been addicted to it. It's like drugs. The trained mind is cool and still. I certainly was immersed in those states. When I went to work on the fields, I wanted it to be evening quickly, so I could go back home and practice meditation in my room. I would make the mind peaceful. I was really attached to it. Question: I used to practice mindfulness with breathing, but I only got as far as peacefulness, I didn't know what to do next. Luangpor: there are two kinds of peace, one is stillness, the mind is peaceful and secluded, but the other kind is peace because we have sati sampajanya, and are awake. Moods and thoughts cannot enter and become powerful in our minds. Life is free from complexity and turmoil. This is peace due to our ability to establish awareness. We don't let the mind think and proliferate following thoughts, beliefs, and desires that we are familiar with. We know how to allay ourselves from delusions, attachments, and conceits. This latter kind of peace is therefore the kind of peace that can be used. It should be developed, one should train to have and be it. One should practice to keep up with one's mind more. In your case, you have practiced anapanasati before, so just continue with it but be careful. Don't immerse yourself in concentrating until you get stuck on peace and calm. Try to practice with awareness and awakeness. See the movements of the breath more and more clearly together with the mind waking up more and more. The breath is one thing, that which sees the breath is another thing, something that stands out. When intuitive awareness, sati sampajanya, is awakened, the seeing or knowing of thoughts in time with their arising, will happen by itself. Question: what I did before was to follow the breath. Sometimes the mind would think of other matters, and as soon as I realized that I lost it, I would come back to the breath. Sometimes peace would arise after a while. Luangpor: all right. Next time, as soon as you realize that you're getting peaceful, change your posture. Try to wake yourself up and watch the breath again. Or you change to focusing on a more coarse posture such as walking. You have to try to arouse awareness, don't just let it stop with the arising peacefulness. Question: sometimes when there is peace, the mind dives down and it is hard to pull it away, awareness is all gone. Luangpor: yes, that is an obstacle. You should change the posture, get up and do this, do that. Rub your face, rub your body. Make sure that you wake up and bring back awareness. Question: as we're practicing, a lot of thoughts that we don't intend to think tend to come up, and the mind jumps around like a monkey. When we have practiced with awareness, does that kind of thinking stop altogether? Luangpor, if awareness really sees it, it will stop. When one is aware and awake, it will really stop. But when starting off to train, we have to have a sign to exercise with. What is recommended are the movements of the body. They are the base for establishing awareness. When we first start off, we shouldn't immediately concentrate on or watch our own thoughts and moods. That is being too hasty. When we have a sign to help us focus on awareness, such as the breath, the postures or movements, we have a way to exercise. We can see the states, conditions, and movements of the breath and of the body. Determine to be aware continuously. As soon as your mind thinks of something, know abreast of it. When you're careless and thought arises, as soon as you realize it, those thoughts will stop, they won't go on. We still do our main duty, that is to say, we continue being aware. Train yourself like this when you begin to practice. Establish awareness and make yourself able to awaken it. Question: but a lot of times we are still restless, which means that there is often a lack of awareness. The mind likes to think about the same old things, the thoughts that we've stopped many times. Luangpor, that's ordinary, we're still absorbed with those matters. We've been immersed in those things for a long time. We didn't use awareness and wisdom to reflect on the various problems, and so that's the way it is. Never mind. It's natural for the mind to wander. Realize it and come back. Come back to being aware again. No matter how many times you lose it, it doesn't matter. When we're more skilled and we can arouse awareness to be more awake and more clear, the jumping around of the mind will vanish by itself. So determine to train yourself. Question: but Luangpor, just to know abreast of thought is not enough? It won't be long and one forgets oneself, and new thoughts will arise, more proliferation. It goes on incessantly, going round and round in circles. Luangpor, when we're determined to put forth effort and train to focus on awareness, we will know abreast of objects and thoughts more often. We clarify awareness, we know when we lose awareness. This knowing will mature into a sense of being awake that stands out. It is not like the sleepy kind of awareness that we used to have, sometimes knowing, sometimes not knowing. Our lives are carried away by mental objects, but we begin to realize it, we cultivate awareness and we become more awake. We can part with the whirlpool of thoughts and desires. We gradually get more skilled at doing that. In the end, our recollection and awareness will be awakened and established, that is the foundation of awareness, Satipatthana. One sees the body, the mind, and the movements of various things as they really are. The seeing develops until it becomes the great foundation of awareness. That's what happens finally. But before we mature up to that point, we first have to face obstacles, and train to understand and go past them. Question: when we know abreast of the various thoughts, they stop by themselves, is that right? Luangpor, right. The stream of confusing and chaotic thoughts will stop because of this very awareness. Question: it has been said that by just knowing, defilements shrink up, that is to say, if we are aware, defilements will stop. I don't understand how this works. Luangpor, Sati has power, its function is to know thoughts and all kinds of desires. It is like a boxer, every time that there is realization, it conquers. Originally, we let the mind go where it wants, however it thinks, whatever it wants to possess and be, we follow all these things with our thoughts. It is a habit and not a clever one. To realize that we are really caught up in thinking and dreaming, only being interested in our own minds, comes to a point in our lives where we have a nasty problem, suffering arises and we feel heavily burdened and tense. Then, we go and train ourselves, we develop awareness. We turn away from the world of thought that we were so familiar with and absorbed in. We train until we are skilled in awareness and we are awake. The world of thought that used to be so real and serious, starts to dissolve. Feelings of anger, dissatisfaction, jealousy, feeling fed up, or whatever feelings that used to be powerful, begin to disintegrate at the moment that we know how to establish awareness. This is because we turn our minds away from the way we used to use it, for unwise thinking according to our wants. Question: if the fruits of training the mind in Buddhism are as high as that, then why do many meditation centers still teach concentration, in order to become peaceful and pacify defilements by holding them down, which is a way of practice that is very well known? Luangpor: it is taught because peace, and knowing how to suppress one's defilements and craving, not disturbing others, is a good thing. But we should realize that it is not enough, because it cannot solve the problem of suffering. Defilements and cravings still exist, still arise. The mind is still hot. We can suppress them, but when they have too much strength, lots of problems will ensue. To sum up, the kind of samadhi where one sits still and in peace, is a good thing, but it is not enough, if we wish to truly bring about a change in our lives. Question: do the words following thought, with knowing, and knowing thought, mean the same thing or not? Luangpor: there is a difference. Following thought means to watch it by going after it. The mind thinks of something, and proliferates into likes and dislikes and so on, and we follow those thoughts, we know the picture. Question: you mean one follows thought and gets stuck, and caught up in it? Luangpor: that's right. We think about some matter and we follow those stories. What fun that is! The more one watches, the more one thinks. The more one thinks, the more one is caught up. One watches and watches, but one is under the power of those thoughts. Or one watches and sees, but is not able to bring those thoughts to a halt. Focusing on, knowing thought, on the other hand, means that we know abreast of the mind, as soon as it thinks up something. Oh, thinking again. One knows in time, but one doesn't intend to follow anything. One keeps on being aware. Whatever kind of work we do, we continue being aware with the work we do. We're not interested in following thoughts and moods. We take our work and our posture as the important principle. As for watching and following thought, if awareness is not well established, it will be difficult to step out of what we're watching. But the method to establish awareness and waking up, will make the mind see by itself. It will clearly see the stream of proliferating thought and one's own desires. On seeing it, one really lets go. Question: I've read in a book to follow thought. Luangpor: actually, it might mean what I've explained, but they express it in another way. Question: I still don't understand how we can watch our own thoughts, because as soon as we watch thought, it stops. Luangpor: it's like this. I once taught an old monk. He was determined to practice, and said he would stick with me indefinitely. A few days later, after the meal, he brought his bowl and shoulder bag out, and took leave of me. I asked him, "Where are you going?" He said, "I'm going back home." I said, "What is it that has led you to come and say goodbye to me?" He answered, "Thought. Thoughts are saying that I should go home." I then said to him, "A few days ago you asked to stay with me indefinitely, and today you want to go back already. Do you see it, how thought deceives? Is it true or not? One moment it makes you come, and the next it makes you go. Are you going to follow everything thought tells you?" The old monk put his things down, and after a while he said, "It's true, I really follow what thought says." As soon as he regained his awareness, he went back to his hut and continued to practice. Do you see what I mean? This is the result of following one's thoughts. One completely loses one's direction. Question: when the old monk came, he, also, followed his thoughts, that is, he came because of desire, is that so? Luangpor: yes, he came out of desire, but having come, I instructed him to be aware and keep up with thought. Sometimes desire is a good thing, sometimes it is bad, it can be both, so know it in time. Know in time your desires to come and go. Don't be careless and get fooled easily. Train in awareness. Otherwise you will lose your way, going with your thoughts. Don't be carried away by them. Question: what do the four great foundations of awareness consist of? Luangpor, the word great, maha, means so much, that it is more than you can use. A millionaire wouldn't use it up in his or her entire life. It is an enormous amount. According to the scriptures, there are four foundations of awareness, namely, the foundation of the body, of feelings, of mind states, and of mental objects. But when we talk in terms of practice, we can summarize these as training to establish and awaken sati sampajanya, to see the body and the mind as they really are. The body is rupa, see the movements of it. Be fully aware, awake, and ready. No matter what state or condition the body is in, our minds see and realize it clearly. As for feelings, mind states, and mental objects, it all boils down to thought. See these things at their source, at their cause, namely at the mind, at the movements of thought. And so the genuine principles of practice urge us to start off with the body. We take the body to be assigned to train in awareness. We take the postures and work as our base for training in awareness. This is the beginning of the training. This is called working with the body. The main objectives are to be experienced in living and being with intuitive awareness, to know how to establish awareness in daily life, and to wake up to reality. We used to drift along and be fooled by all kinds of thoughts and desires, and now we change and turn into one who is aware and awake on a regular basis. Whatever kind of work you do, know how to use awareness and focus with awareness. At first we must put forth quite a bit of effort, because we go against the stream of thought and old habits to indulge. The Buddha therefore advised to train and establish awareness first. No matter how we lose awareness, when we realize it, be aware of your body, the posture, or the movements. Take this as your standard. Don't let yourself drift along with thoughts and moods that sneak in. They will make you fed up and irresolute. Whatever you're thinking, know how to put things down and return to your main job, to be the one who is aware. Train to be the one who knows how to put down thoughts and moods that you're familiar with and used to be absorbed in. Be the one who knows how to use awareness and is in control of it most of the time. Train and practice at ease. Don't expect to get knowledge or anything else whatsoever. The results of training to work with the body like this will make you skilled at knowing your own moods in time. You will know how to establish awareness, and you will know how to put down thoughts and moods that are sullying your mind. As we know how to awaken and establish sati sampajanya, we begin to become more independent than before, when we used to be sullied by moods. We used to be too soft or too heavy, etc., but now we begin to become more composed, and the mind gets more refined. We see things according to reality, we see our own body, mind, moods, and thoughts, really knowing abreast of them. Oh, I think like this, I have these beliefs, these intentions. There is as much anger as this, I get deluded to this extent. We see our own mind states, moods, thoughts, and beliefs in a really fair light. It is a straightforward kind of seeing, that comes from the awakened mind. Our meditation shifts from the level of focusing on the body, to the level of working with the mind. Seeing the various states and conditions, seeing the mind in the mind, seeing the stream of thought, and our own beliefs and desires, according to our habits in a straightforward way, gives rise to wisdom knowledge. One knows oneself, one knows how to unbind, one knows how to put down views and opinions. We drop all those things we think, are attached to and cling to, in a way that we had never thought of and had never seen before. We put things down and abandon things, depending on the wisdom knowledge of seeing the mind in the mind. This makes us able to release ourselves from objects of mind, and alleviate old character tendencies. Our lives become more awakened and free, there is more awareness in our daily lives, we gradually integrate it. Question: in using awareness in daily life, when we need to think about something, how does awareness help with that? Or do the thoughts just stop? Luangpor, the kind of thoughts that arise by themselves are called stealthy thoughts. Our desires to have things go one way, or another push them into being. One is absorbed in them and forgets oneself. It is thought that dashes up from wants. When we are aware, the stream of this kind of thinking will come to a standstill. As for the intention to think about something, we use reflection with awareness. For example, yesterday I had many things to do, and I had to consider what to do first. This is intentional thinking, using awareness. And so thinking that arises on its own, and, intentionally, making use of thought like this are two different things with different causes. Thought that arises on its own is something that should be known. In living and working and so on, we should know how to use recollection and awareness, in deciding what is appropriate and what is not. Having considered something, that's the end of it. Therefore, someone who is experienced in establishing awareness, and is in control of awareness in his or her life, is able to use the power of mind, and the power of thought in an unrestricted way. Such a person is really able to reflect and enjoy his or her life and work. An interview with Luangpor. Question: I would like to ask how long it took you for a change to take place in your mind, when you first set out to practice with Luangpor Teean. Luangpor: 1 month. I was still a layman then. The first 10 days I didn't know anything yet. Some people said that just 7 days was sufficient to know Rupa Nama. A novice came to ask me, why don't you understand yet? I just practiced for a week and I understood Rupa Nama. I didn't feel so good about that. I asked Luangpor Teean about it, is there anybody who has practiced with you who didn't get any knowledge? Luangpor Teean answered, no, there isn't. I guess I must be the first one then, I said. That's what I thought, I felt inferior. But when I had practiced for nearly a month, I understood the basic stage. I caught on. I knew Rupa and Nama, I knew the body, I knew the mind. The body or the mind didn't fool me. Now I knew the direction and I felt confident. Question: at that time were you doing the rhythmic or walking meditation? Luangpor: when I came to know, I was doing walking meditation. When I started out to practice I didn't sit much, it made me sleepy. I walked more. I avoided sitting. In the beginning I couldn't sit much. Sometimes it would rain and I would walk with an umbrella, because I'd be sleepy, sitting. Question: how long after that did the second change take place? Luangpor: when I knew Rupa Nama, it wasn't just that much, but it was as if there was a spiritual power, as if I didn't do anything, I just watched and knowledge would arise. There was knowing and knowing, continuous knowing. I knew liberation in stages. I intuitively knew what was right and wrong. I thought to have a debate with Luangpor Teean. If he would not accept what was right, for example if he would not approve of my seeing Rupa Nama, I would insist. I was confident. I knew convention, merit, and demerit. Something had dropped off the mind but I had to train more. When I came back here, I ordained and continued to practice. I came to know Sila, Samadhi, and Panya, virtue, firmness of mind, and wisdom. I realized that after I got it. I think that I knew the direction to go in since the first year, but I hadn't practiced all the way yet. It was as if everything was ready except that I hadn't done it yet. In the third year, I really came to understanding, I got the answers to life. At the time, I didn't know or imagine that I got there. Question: that was the final change, in your third year, was it? Luangpor: yes, that's right. Question: what was it like during that period? Luangpor: I don't know how to describe it. Things that used to be there disappeared, both physical and mental things. Things that had never been there appeared. I'm not claiming that I am an arahant, fully enlightened one, but a change took place in my life, something that has never happened before. For example, attachment to the body is finished. That which has arisen I can use up to this day, it is not wrong. The things I used to identify with, I no longer identify with, it is completely finished. Question: what about the knowledge you used to have about magical charms, verses and spells? Luangpor: that's all finished, finished since the beginning, since I knew Rupa Nama and convention. The identification with being a good person, someone who knows a lot about superstition, is finished altogether. There is nothing to doubt about. Since that day, I'm not stuck, not attached to ceremonies, rituals, and so on. Before, I used to be deluded by convention. Now, there is not a trace of delusion left. When I went home I was a different person, it was like being born anew. Previously, when I was at home, I would tie white string around the wrists of my relatives and friends, I would do this and that. But now, I've stopped, I won't do it anymore. One ought to believe what one can experience for oneself. We are the owners of our actions, karma. I told my parents and relatives to quit all the superstition. Question: did you sit or walk, that final time? Luangpor: it happened after the meal, I was sitting. Question: it was in the morning then? Luangpor: right, I was doing the rhythmic meditation leaning against a small tree. Question: where was it? Luangpor: at the Budayana forest. That day, it was getting close to the time to have the midday meal. After the meal, all the monks got up and left, but Luangpor Teean and I were still there. Luangpor Teean asked me why I didn't get up too. I told him my experience. He said, "You're stupid, when things are separated like that, come back here. Come back to awareness." He looked at me and said, "Do it again." So, teachers are necessary when one is not skilled. Because of this, I would like to say that Luangpor Teean was the teacher, the one who gave birth to awareness and wisdom. Nobody had ever taught me this, other people only teach and know other things. Question: what was the first thing you thought of, after you had put things down or had been liberated? Luangpor: I thought of my father and mother. That it is natural for parents to raise their children. That people are willing to go through a lot of difficulties and suffering precisely, so that those who are born may come to know this thing. I thought that if people can actually get to know this, then it can be taken that there has been a purpose, to the naturally created world. Parents who raise children do so for this very reason. If a child doesn't get to know this point, then it will have to be reborn. That was what I was thinking, that one is born in order not to be born again. I felt that whatever Luangpor Teean would want me to do, I would oblige and have confidence in him. And so I went to ask him, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "If the state that arose is real, then help me to teach, help me to talk, teaching people, other than that there isn't anything to do." Question: when you were thinking of your parents, did you feel like helping them? Luangpor: I did. As soon as I had this knowledge, my mother was the first person I went to see. I urged her to come and stay at the monastery, but she said that she couldn't stay at a place that is a charnel ground. And so I searched for somebody to keep her company. The mother of a fellow monk and relative was willing to go. I also induced the head man of the village to train himself, thinking that they would realize what I had realized. But when I taught them, they didn't get results. At first I wanted all people to be under my guidance, I wanted to teach everybody because everybody has the same potential. The duty of us human beings, is to come to this point, it is a path in itself. To go in any other direction is not right. I still hold my mother to be the most important person. I will continue teaching her until I die. These days I still try to teach her. If I didn't have a mother, I probably wouldn't be here. Question: how old is your mother? Luangpor: she's 80. Question: and what about your father, is he still alive? Luangpor: my father died when I was still small. It would be good if he had still been alive. He was a very serious and good person, everyone in the family and the village accepted, loved, and respected him. He had no enemies. He thought in good ways, it's too bad he died. Question, how many children do you have? Luangpor, just one. When I took ordination my wife was 4 months pregnant. Question, was it very hard to make that decision? Luangpor, at first I was only 50% sure about what to do. I was worried about it and what people in the village would think of it. I am not a bad or low kind of person. The villagers respect me because I use my life in a way that is worthy. I'm not lazy and I'm not detested by society. People used to respect me because I was a magical healer. If a woman was pregnant in our village, people would say in a straightforward way, don't go off anywhere, stay at home and be a refuge to her. Because of this I was worried, and I was only 50% sure. But as soon as I understood the basic stage of Dhamma, I was sure 100% and not worried about anything. I knew that this was the right path. The reason to go and practice was to be able to be responsible. Now I could teach people to use their lives in this way. If I was the head of a family, I would love just my wife, children, and relatives. But now I don't love just them, I feel responsible for all human beings in the world. And so I decided that this was the right thing to do. No arguments could sway me. I have been confident up to the present day. I have been a monk for over 20 years, and I'm still confident that there is nothing about it that is wrong or is a mistake. Question, did you care for nature very much before you realized the Dhamma? Because now you are engaged with this aspect too, such as preserving forests. Luangpor, not at all. This arose afterwards, when I understood nature. I don't just love humanity, I love nature, I love the environment. A sense of responsibility arose for all things. I used to be someone who cleared the forest in order to be a farmer. I would uproot trees and burn the forest in the winter. But when my mind came in contact with nature, a sense of responsibility and love for nature, trees, and human beings arose. Since then there has been fairness. Question, things just changed forever on that day, is it? Luangpor, everything completely changed. From knowing Rupanama, knowing nature, and knowing convention, a sense of love for nature arose. I got interested in forests, and because of that I am now surrounded by forest. I see the value of nature. Trees are alive, you can almost talk to them. Question, do you mean that trees are in a way the same as oneself? Luangpor, that's what I mean. They are completely harmless. All things are born as friends without exception. We are all friends in birth, old age, sickness, and death. From that day up to the present, I have never harmed anybody or anything. Even if someone abuses or kills me, never mind. Question, you told me that your health was not good before, but after you realized the Dhamma it got better. How did the Dhamma help you? Luangpor, I can see clearly that my good health is a result of understanding Dhamma. When one understands Dhamma, one knows how to use one's life in the right way. I used to have trouble with my stomach. Now it is back to normal. I would like to say that if I didn't get to know the Dhamma, I would probably be dead now, because I'm a very serious person. I want more than other people do. For example, others would harvest 50 bags of rice in a day but I have to make it 100 bags. I always wanted more than others and that made me ill and sick. If I hadn't come to the practice I would have been dead now. If I had used my life as I did before, what would have become of me? This is one of the fruits of developing awareness and realizing the Dhamma. The Dhamma inevitably protects the body and mind, it keeps them safe and leads them towards freedom. Question, did you feel changes in your body? Luangpor, I could feel and see it all clearly. Not just health matters, but also things deeper than that I used to have and be. Those things disappeared. I don't serve the problems of the body anymore, I'm no longer a slave of the body, rather, I use the body as my servant. The mind is the same, before, I served the mind, now I use the mind. Before the mind used me. Things changed around. To give an example, heat, cold, and hunger used to be powerful, defilements and craving were powerful, they would concoct a lot, but now they don't have any power at all. I use them. There is no problem with the body or the mind. I will remain like this, right here. No matter how many years, no matter what may happen to the world and society, I will abide right at this point. There won't be birth, no aging, no sickness, no heat, no cold, no hunger, no happiness and no suffering. I will be here, right here, where there is nothing to be, nothing to have. Question: I have heard Luangpor Teean say that, a few minutes before death everybody will experience the same point, that you just described. What is the meaning of that? Luangpor, there is a place. It is as if our bodies have a place, a home. When it rains, do you stay outside, soaking? Where do you go? When it rains we have to avoid it and find a shelter. When it's hot, do you go and sit in the blazing sun? The body won't agree to that. It wants to get out of there. The mind of someone who has trained well in developing awareness is even more so. When there is awareness, when one is aware, an inclination to get angry arises but anger doesn't arise, an inclination to suffer arises but suffering doesn't arise, the mind won't go for it. Whoever may try to make it angry, it won't go for it. Even to have a tiny bit of suffering, it won't go for it. The mind lets go. The mind likes to abide right here. This is the way nature works. But if we don't train ourselves, it is the nature of the mind to run into suffering. The more anger the better. It keeps thinking about it. But when we know, the mind won't go for it. Question: this shows that the mind has returned to its original state, is that correct? Luangpor: it has returned to its original state, to its home, to its hideout. It won't go anywhere else. When there is pain, the mind won't be in pain. When things arise, nothing arises in the mind. When things deteriorate, nothing happens in the mind. This means, the mind won't go out and be these things. When one is about to die, how can the mind agree to then die? Birth, aging, sickness and death are arts. If these things didn't exist, the Dhamma would have no purpose. This is what religion is all about. If one doesn't talk about these things, it is not a matter of Buddhism. Therefore we should watch and see, let there be hunger, pain, and birth, the mind is not any of it. The mind is beyond birth, aging and death. It is not a matter of crying for help, when we're about to die, please take me to the hospital. Rather look upon death as an art, an opportunity in life. We don't surrender to suffering, we look beyond, overlook, suffering. We don't surrender to anger, there is such a thing as non-anger. It is safe to abide at this place, why would we let ourselves get trampled by suffering or anger? That which is beyond anger, happiness, suffering, birth, pain and death, does exist. The Dhamma is nature. The mind returns to nature, goes back home. It is like being at home, we feel at ease, we are with those we know. And so, with the Dhamma we are perfect. There is nothing unfortunate, there is no inability to deal with things, such as anger, pain, and suffering. One is not a servant, one is free, one is safe. This is the way the Dhamma is. To go and practice at the monastery after anger has already arisen, is not the right way to do it. Whenever it arises, cut it. And look at it. Look further. Don't give in to it. Look beyond the anger. Do it like this. You must build up awareness. If we don't cultivate awareness, we won't have it. Question: I know that you are by nature very refined in everything. Is that your original character or did it come about after your experience? Luangpor: for as long as I can remember, I have never blamed myself for anything, or had thoughts that made me remorseful. This is an old habit of mine. I have never created trouble for myself or others to the point of regret. I still had suffering, but not to the extent that I had problems with other people. When I came to understand things, I was able to smile. So I am sure that I've lived my life in the right way, or it might also be that my character has helped me too. I think that one has to create one's own environment. Just to rely on effort and diligence is not enough. One should create coolness of mind, the ability not to suffer easily. While practicing, feel that it doesn't matter whether or not you know it all yet. Let the mind be contented. This is also an important point. Just to be diligent in the walking and rhythmic meditation alone doesn't work. There are certain good things about me. My mind has always been cool. I've never argued with anybody, I am not impulsive. And so I can manage. Actually, I used to have problems with myself, but never mind. Because of suffering I put up a struggle. It was a lesson in unrelenting endurance to fight with suffering and hardship. My father died when I was a kid, and I had to overcome obstacles and take on responsibilities. I struggled and economized, I restrained myself and kept cool. This is my background. It would be good if you had some of these qualities too. Don't be impulsive, don't be in a hurry, don't be flurried. First think, never mind. Make this your base. Whether you gain or lose, whether it's right or wrong, never mind. You still have a chance to deal with things, namely by living in the right way. Living in the right way doesn't mean to go and live in a monastery. You can live anywhere. Stay relaxed and equanimous, then there is no suffering. This is the kind of person who is fit to realize the Dhamma. If the mind goes up and down and is not refined or gentle, it is not qualified. This is another aspect of practicing Dhamma. Question: does this original state of the mind already exist in all beings? Luangpor: it is the nature of everyone. If you don't get to this point, it is not right, it is not finished, no matter what you may know or where you may be. This state is nature, it is a treasure that belongs to all of us. Right now, we are not one with nature. I don't know where we have gone off to. Sometimes we feel lonely, sometimes we are worried. This indicates that we are estranged from our real home, which is the state of normality. Whatever someone may say, we must know ourselves. We don't do anything unwholesome, we don't defile our minds. When the mind is free from harm, it becomes pure by itself. Others may or may not know about it, but we know for ourselves. We can guarantee that we won't harm anyone. But there is still the convention of speech. I can still scold and reproach novices, but the words are one thing and my mind is another. I may tell somebody off, but there is still loving kindness in my mind. The reproach is on a deeper level, a kind of loving kindness. I scold, wishing well, not through a negative mind state. It can even be lovely speech, It doesn't mean, so and so, I love you. That may not be lovely at all. Rather, it is saying, so and so, don't do that, it is wrong. This is lovely speech. When something is wrong, it has to be pointed out. Question: all of us who have been born are alive just to reach this day? Luangpor: just that. Understand it like that. Don't get involved with things, it just makes a mess. It's better to know this when you're still young. Don't let suffering punish you for not knowing. See suffering in order not to be caught up in it, see anger in order not to be caught in anger. Don't stay with the anger, don't stay with the suffering. A buffalo that falls in the mud knows how to get out, but why do people not know how to get out of things when they get caught up? Why do they allow themselves to sink down for days on end? One should come out of impurity. The more skilled one is, the more it becomes an art. Then, it's easy not to be angry, not to do things. This is what a practitioner is like. Even the body knows when fire touches it, it'll brush it off immediately. But our minds don't know. When we don't know in time, our minds go for it, they run straight into suffering. For example, when we think that anger is a good thing, when we feel good abusing, or killing somebody. The mood goes into the mind. It's like this chair. I'm sitting in it, and so nobody else can sit here. Question: in reality, we have been wandering around in order to come back to our starting point, our origin. It's just that we need different amounts of time, isn't it? Luangpor: yes, but those who don't know completely lose direction. They agree to be slaves to the whole thing. They let the defilements have tremendous power. In reality, defilements are nothing. There is no self in them. There is nothing powerful about them. When we know things as they are, the impurities line up to confess, no need to search for them. This makes us realize what convention is. We see that this is the suffering of Rupa, this is the suffering of Nama, this is the disease of Rupa and of Nama, the convention of Rupa and Nama. We are just the watcher, and they come and show themselves. When we have sharp eyes or wisdom knowledge, insight knowledge or awareness and wisdom, sathipanya, we will see. I don't talk from the scriptures, I talk from nature. I don't know what is written in the scriptures, but I would like to say it like this. When you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to suffer, not getting what one wants doesn't have to be suffering. You should view it like this. Whatever the body is like, there doesn't have to be suffering. Whatever feelings arise, there doesn't have to be suffering. This is because we change their direction, we take suffering as a lesson rather than a punishment. When we examine it, we'll see it crystal clear. We see it clearly from Rupa Nama, to the suffering of Rupa and Nama, to the disease of Rupa and Nama. Seeing, here, doesn't mean knowing intellectually or having a view about it, it is a real discovery, and the result is that conditions can no longer fool us. One has no more doubt, even if they arise 100 or 1,000 times. We see their nature, we use nature to understand things. We should be grateful for suffering and anger, because we have been their servants since we were small. Now that we see the disadvantages, we return these things to nature.
May all beings be at ease, whatever living beings there may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the mighty, medium, short or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and to be born. May all beings be at